Thank you, and welcome to the first hearing for Portfolio Committee Number 4, Regional New South Wales, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2026 and 2027. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respect to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I'm the acting chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Kamper and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of land and property, multiculturalism, sport, jobs and tourism. I ask everyone in the room to please put their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you, you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could I ask you to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And if we could begin with the first witness to my left.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Stuart McLaughlin, Chief Executive Officer of Value New South Wales, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Leon Walker, Deputy Secretary, Property, Workplace and Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Melanie Hawes, Secretary of the Department of Creative Industries, Tourism, Hospitality and Sport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Kirsten Emma Fishburn, Secretary, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Committee. Joseph Laposta, Deputy Secretary of Crown Lands and Public Spaces. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
James Shigaso, the Acting CEO of Multicultural New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Hopefully better than the last one.
Thank you. I'll also be calling everybody up. Yes, sure. You're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Karen Jones, Chief Executive Officer of Destination New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. We've got Mr David Raper.
Good morning, Chair. My name is David Andrew Raper, Chief Executive of Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Tom Gellibrand.
Good morning, Tom Gellibrand, Chief Executive of Infrastructure New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Adam Berry.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. Adam Berry. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And Ms Kerry Mather.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. My name is Kerry Mather. I'm the CEO of Venues New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Thank you all. And just a reminder to people who are in the overflow section, if you are called up, to answer questions. So just please bring your nameplate with you as well, just for the ease of Hansard as well. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. And we'll begin with questions from the crossbench, and I'll throw directly to the Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, and your officials. Minister, at the last election you took a policy forward for football in schools, then in government you took some unspent money from the Office of Sport and sent it over to the Department of Education. Do you recall negotiations with Prue Carr at that time as to whether or not that was the appropriate way of encouraging football enthusiasm and skills through the election promise that you had?
The football in schools program, that was the 4-year, $14.5 million football in schools. It was an election commitment from the New South Wales government to partner with A-League clubs, Western Sydney Wanderers and Macarthur Football Club, to provide football, education and wellbeing programs in local schools. This program provides opportunities for children to access free sporting activities across Western Sydney and South West Sydney, with an estimate of more than 40,000 students due to participate. Following the announcement of the program in September 23, delivery of the program and administration of the funding was transferred to the New South Wales Department of Education. The Office of Sport does not hold or manage any participation data for this program, and all questions regarding the program, including status of the program and its delivery, should be directed to the Department of Education.
Yeah, but that's good that you can read that out, but it doesn't answer my question, in that I'm asking at the time when you sent it over to the Department of Education, were you aware that Education didn't want this program, was never keen on it, and ever since then, of course, it's been a complete and utter shambles with massive rorting of the funding and a whole range of criticisms of the way in which the Department of Education has managed it, to the point they've now sacked an auditor and have to bring in a second external auditor. At the time when you sent it over to Education, did the Minister or any departmental official say to you, this is not going to work, run out of schools, why don't we just do it out of the Office of Sport for Saturday soccer?
No, there was an election commitment to deliver that program. At the time, the Department of Education's role in supporting delivery was essential to advise which schools would be best suited to participate, to ensure that schools prioritise the program and manage associated risks appropriately.
Yeah, it's good that you can read this out, Minister, but I don't know if you've got a problem with the English language.
No, I don't have a problem with English
language.
I'm
asking you at the time.
I don't read your comments, Mr. Latham.
I'm asking you at the time, was there feedback from the Department of Education or the Minister that they didn't want to run this program in schools and that it would have been better staying
I'm not aware of any feedback.
You're not aware of that. You don't remember that happening. And in hindsight, though, given the massive problems with this program, to the point where the Minister's indicating that the funding is frozen, a second auditor's been brought in, do you think it would have been better to keep it in the Office of Sport and run it through Saturday soccer clubs rather than the Education Department clearly not wanting these people to come into their schools? They've got PE teachers, soccer coaches of their own, and at no time has Education been comfortable in running this. So if you did it again, would you run it through Office of Sport under your direct control?
Yeah, look, I've had no conversation in relation to who's being comfortable with running the program or not. At the end of the day, that was a decision that was made. It was an election commitment. At the time, I wasn't the shadow sports minister prior to the election. So there was a decision made that it was best suited to be administered by the Department of Education, and that's where it is.
Yeah, it's true. Nathan Haggerty seemed to be the main mover for getting this program going, especially after he got a donation from the club. But turning to Crown Land leases for Racing New South Wales, whose idea was this to give Racing New South Wales in country racetracks the Crown lease run out of Druitt Street?
Well, I think that we've discussed this on many occasions in the past. At the end of the day, there's with Crown Land, there's enormous thousands and thousands of properties and facilities that are put under management. At the time, it was considered that it was in the best interest to actually have Racing New South Wales manage those facilities on the basis purely from in terms of financial capacity.
Who put the proposal to you? Who put the proposal to you that there should be these 5 transfers?
Well, the proposal was already in the system at the time when I became minister.
What does that mean?
Well, there was already a proposal in
From
place
Racing
for that.
New South Wales, just for those 5 tracks or more?
It was for 5 tracks.
Right.
Yeah.
And previous ministers had decided not to do it. Why did you decide to bow to Racing New South Wales?
I can't answer on behalf of the previous ministers.
No, but why did you decide to go forward? What advice did you have from your department, and what due diligence was conducted about the racetracks in particular?
I think we've been through this previous budget estimates, Mr. Latham. There was advice that it was fairly accepted by the previous managers at the time that there was one in particular that had an issue, which was Queanbeyan, I believe,
yep.
off memory.
That's right.
We've pulled that back. We had an administrator in place there, taken advice from the administrator, and subsequently made a decision that Racing New South Wales...
Right, so when you went forward where other ministers hadn't, what discussions did you have with Mr Volandis about it?
There was maybe a brief conversation about it at one stage, saying what's happening with it. You know, we're seeking management of those 5, everyone agrees to it.
And what did you say?
And that was it.
What did you say in response?
I had a look at it. Yeah.
You're going to have a look at it, and then went ahead with it. Well, turning to the one you mentioned,
it didn't really strike me as anything overly controversial, and it's about having the you know, when you're managing thousands of facilities and properties, you know, you do want to have a manager that has the financial capacity to actually maintain those assets, and it made sense from that perspective.
The racing community finds it unusual, and there are a range of problems that have come out of it, obviously because of the lack of due diligence that was conducted. But one of those problems was...
I can't say that I've had an enormous amount of queries or approaches from the racing community. I think most of the issues have come about with your personal interest in this matter.
The Queanbeyan and Coffs Harbour trainers would love to sit down with you and explain the problems. But turning to Queanbeyan, it was acknowledged that Racing New South Wales hadn't been honest in saying that the local club was willing to transfer over the Crown land lease. You acknowledged that the rules hadn't been followed, and you did the right thing at that time in cancelling the Racing New South Wales Volandis lease and appointing an administrator as an interim measure until the local club could be reappointed, which had some distinguished people on it, such as Bernie Fraser, former Governor of the Reserve Bank. Why have you now given that lease back to Racing New South Wales, which effectively rewards the way in which they lied to the department in saying that the local club was happy with the transfer when they never ever gave approval to it, never wanted it, and to this day believe that local management in Queensland...
I don't agree with your characterisation of the historical
well, you took it back
facts
off
there.
Racing New South
At the end of the day, there was 5. One of them, there was a change in board. There was probably some scrappy practices there in terms of the representation on the board. And at the time, for the benefit of the doubt, I just thought, let's just put an administrator in while we work through it. But the decision was made in terms of who would be best positioned to manage that track. And the decision was made to appoint Racing New South Wales.
Well, you appointed Racing New South Wales, then you took it off them. Why was the reason you took it off them?
Because there were questions around that process, and just to make clear, we put an administrator in there to go through the history and have a look at what the challenges were on that particular site. Okay. We worked through them, and we're comfortable that Racing New South Wales is the appropriate manager for that site.
Right. And what history changed for you to do that backflip in that it's still a fact, isn't it?
Well, it's not
the
history.
Local club,
it was
if
process.
I can finish my question, I'll allow you to finish your answer with all due respect. If I can finish my question, please. What history changed here? because it's still a fact, isn't it, that the local club at no time has ever agreed to the transfer of this lease?
I'm not. I don't necessarily agree with that position. There's been varying views. You mentioned names. I've spoken to particular people that you've mentioned, and they don't necessarily express the same opinion that you have.
Well, turning to Coffs Harbour, you again gave Volandis and Racing New South Wales the lease. Was there any due diligence conducted prior to that on the ownership arrangements that the trainers at Coffs Harbour had, a long-standing arrangement where they thought in building and improving their stable boxes, they had ownership rights to them that have now been removed by Racing New South Wales, left them financially stranded, and in some cases driven them out of the horse racing industry?
I'm not familiar with all those challenges that you're referring to.
You had no idea of the situation at Coffs Harbour, but because Peter Volandis told you, you handed over the lease. Is that what you're saying? You had no idea of the arrangement that's disadvantaged those trainers shockingly.
The relationship that Racing New South Wales have with the trainers is the matter for...
No, it's not. It's a matter for the Minister who gave away a lease.
Order, Mr Latham.
Racing New South Wales advised the department it is reviewing market rent in all locations under its management across the state. The Crown Land Management Act requires that, as a general principle, rent should be set in line with market value. As CLM, as Crown Land Manager, it is the responsibility of Racing New South Wales to set rents for the use of reserves under its management. The department has received correspondence from some tenants of Coffs Harbour objecting to increases in rent and raising questions about the ownership of improvements. The department has also met with a representative of the tenants to discuss lease terms and understand requirements under the CLM Act. These agreements are directly with Racing New South Wales, the Coffs Harbour Racing Club Limited and other tenure holders. The department is not party to these agreements. The department has recommended that these tenure holders seek their own independent legal advice.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
I'll come back to it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Minister, I want to ask you some questions about the Crown Land Management Amendment, the Statutory Review Bill 2026. How is it that this bill, with major repercussions for Aboriginal land rights, came to be introduced into the Parliament without proper consultation with Aboriginal communities?
Well, the consultation with the Aboriginal community has been occurring over the last 2-3 months. It's been quite intense, actually.
So why wasn't there consultation before the bill was brought on?
Look,
why is there consultation happening now?
The bill was all stakeholders were communicated with through the process of development of the bill. The bill's a 50 pages of amendments.
Are you saying the bill's too long to consult with?
No, I mean there was extensive consultation for a period of time on it. Whether I think the issues that probably, and I accept that we could have probably fronted those issues in a better way, but subsequent to that, we've suspended the bill and we're focusing on working through all of the issues. I just want to make it clear, and I want to make it extremely clear that the government supports Aboriginal land rights and stands by the principle of the Crown Land that is claimable under the Act should be available to be granted to the relevant local Aboriginal Land Council.
Minister,
the government introduced the Crown Land Management Amendment Bill to modernise the management of Crown Land and one of the state's most significant public assets, so it can adapt the changing circumstances and community expectations while maintaining public ownership.
Minister, the question I was asking was around consultation, not background of the bill. The Aboriginal Land Council at one stage indicated that it was considering withdrawing from closing from the gap because they were so concerned about the lack of shared decision making and the consequences of this bill. Clearly that indicates that consultation wasn't properly undertaken. Can I just get a better understanding? You said that there's been a lot of consultation that's happened now over the last 2 months after the bill was introduced, My first question really is, why wasn't that consultation and the depth of consultation that's required not conducted before the bill was actually introduced?
Well, we've suspended the bill and we're doing that consultation.
But why did we have to suspend the bill and do the consultation after the bill?
The governor undertook a statutory review of the Crown Land Management Act, and a range of stakeholders were engaged as part of that review. We've taken the position now that we need greater engagement, and we're doing that. And
so you recognise that the consultation wasn't done properly?
I said that earlier, Deputy Chair, or Chair, I should say.
In what other context would the New South Wales Government support retrospective legislation like the legislation that's been brought forward? And has the most recent consultation actually changed that retrospective aspect of removing somebody's property rights?
This.
It's focusing on the technical non-compliance.
Oh, right, yeah, no, but sorry. Look, we have a situation where we have very well used and appreciated community assets and our priority is to try and protect those community assets and keep the assets within the hands of the Crown. Certain technical issues can create a situation where they are at risk, and we need to clear those. We've got some extremely valuable Crown land assets and facilities, such as whether it's our surf clubs and sporting facilities that are treasured by our community. And I think based on a technical issue, they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be removed from the
Minister, the technical issue you're talking about is that land has been put into what now is a valid land claim by the Aboriginal Land Council, and this bill will allow retrospectively for that to be removed. Is the government proposing any compensation for an Aboriginal Land Council if a retrospective validation by the Minister under this bill defeats or reduces an otherwise valid current land claim?
Well, it's more around the definition of lawful and unlawful use. In terms of the asset, the Act is, as it was introduced in '83, was established to say, well, if there's any Crown land that is unused, it should be eligible for claim and be passed on to the relevant land councils. This situation we're talking about,
I'm talking about the
highly used community assets, and our government's very focused on making sure that they stay within.
Minister, the question was about retrospective. Retrospectively removing property rights on what has already been an otherwise valid land claim that's currently in the bill. What I want to understand is around that retrospective aspect of the bill. First of all, is that remaining in the new bill, that the Minister will be able to retrospectively remove that?
We're working...
And the second part is, if it does remain, are you looking to actually compensate Aboriginal land councils if a retrospective validation by a Minister under the bill actually defeats an otherwise valid land claim?
Yeah, and through the prolonged consultation process now, we're looking at a number of amendments to give comfort. We're looking to maintain the validation of those key community assets, especially where they've been highly used, and work through a process where we introduce greater amendments to actually hone it down to what narrow the provisions and work through it. Look, I've discussed this. I've worked with and spoken to most Aboriginal land councils, connected with them over the last few months. I think what's important is whatever we land with, in the end, gives comfort that there isn't, other intentions here. It's just about protecting facilities or assets such as our surf clubs and our very important sporting clubs or showground sites that are so valuable within and need to remain in the hands of the community. We've got to appreciate a lot of Crown land facilities aren't commercially really, of major commercial benefit to the Crown. What we do is we hold them and we look to keep them
Minister,
operating.
Just going back to this particular bill, just going back to the bill and the questions. You talked a little bit before about the consideration of amendments as part of this new consultation process on the bill. I understand one of the things the Aboriginal Land Council have been calling for is a requirement for an agreement of the affected land council rather than just consultation alone. Is that something that has been landed on, where the government has agreed to an amendment that there would be an agreement rather than just consultation?
No, we haven't landed there, but we have discussed and we're working towards amendments which provide narrowing the provisions and process in the event where a validation would be made, how the process is associated with that.
And when are you expecting this bill to return to Parliament?
Look, seeking to return it in September with all of the amendments in place. And after it's ongoing to go. Joe might be able to actually give some great detail.
I might talk to Mr. Laposta a little bit further this afternoon about it.
And Ms. Hurst, I don't think Newswalk asked for the consent of local Aboriginal land councils. I think they sought the concurrence of the Aboriginal Affairs Minister. We're not aware of any representations about seeking local Aboriginal land council consent before the minister makes a determination.
In regards to
your last question, where you said
amending the bill to require the agreement of the affected land council.
I'm not aware of any feedback to that effect. There's definitely been the request for concurrence of the Aboriginal Affairs Minister before the minister makes a discretionary decision on any of these things, but certainly not seeking the consent of local Aboriginal land councils.
I'll double check them. We'll have a chat this afternoon. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
So we're hurtling towards the Great Bathurst 1000 in early October, and of course we're all painfully aware that the Great Western Highway at Victoria Pass remains closed. Given what occurred last year, the traffic congestion, the detour routes, will the government support the $185,000 funding request from the Bathurst Regional Council to extend Bathurst 1000 activities through to Monday afternoon in order to stagger the departures, reduce congestion and improve safety, as well as giving an economic boost to the Bathurst region as well?
Destination New South Wales is working closely with Supercars and Transport for New South Wales to ensure that the Great Western Highway closure does not impact the successful running of the Bathurst 1000 event in October. Bathurst remains accessible to visitors with detour arrangements in place during the Mitchell's Causeway closure.
Thanks, Minister, but we all know what occurred last year, and yes, thank you for reading out the answer to me. It's a very, very simple question. Given the proposal has the backing of the Bathurst Regional Council and Supercars, will you commit to $185,000 funding so that they can extend that day to make sure that it's going to be as smooth as it can be in really difficult circumstances already?
Yeah, look, I'm not across all the details of that request, so
But you will commit to taking that on notice and talking with the council personally about that, Minister? Thank you, I appreciate that. Now, we've just been talking about the great value of Crown land assets. You talked about protecting them. You said, and I quote, many aren't a major commercial benefit to the Crown, but it's about community benefit. So let's talk about public land sales or your privatisation plans. It's been revealed that as many as 300 publicly owned sites worth almost $1.4 billion could be sold on the private market. So how many of those are specifically Crown lands?
We take that on notice.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any
but-
Crown lands
Okay.
that we're looking to divest or
No,
sell.
None, you're saying?
Not
None.
that I'm aware of.
I'm not aware of any either, but we'll take that on notice.
You
and
will
double
take that
check
on
for
notice,
you.
will you? Because what about the Barnwell Park Golf Course? Is that on the list?
No.
It's not.
No.
So
Not that I'm aware. I'm happy
this-
to take the specifics on notice, but not.
Thank you. Take it on notice. So the Sydney Morning Herald then is incorrect in stating that on that list is the Barnwell Park golf course.
I'm happy to take the specifics of Barnwell Park on notice and get the team to have a look at it, and we can come back to you today.
Mr. Laposta, I'll ask Mr. Walker if he can add anything there too.
Yeah, so the information published in the Sydney Morning Herald article related to initial due diligence that was done when the new government came into power in 2023. It was initial due diligence of all government-owned sites with a focus on identification of sites that were suitable for the delivery of housing. There were no decisions made in regard to a vast majority of sites because the further due diligence determined that they weren't suitable for residential use.
So let's get to that then. Thank you, and that you will provide that list. I'm just making sure, Minister, that it's in your purview to be able to answer to this. And it was certainly cited in this article that it was a spokeswoman for Lands and Property Minister Steve Kamper. Of the 77 property audit sites, 26 have gone to the private market, but there are still 38 unaccounted for. So what's happening with those sites, and have any of them been identified for repurposing for other public purposes?
The sites that you're referring to are sites that have been identified for residential use through the land audit. So there's a number that are larger, more complex, higher value that are still going through the back end of the process.
So what about, so you're saying that they have been identified for housing purposes? Yes, the 77?
Yep.
Definitively, that they will be used for housing purposes?
Yes.
Are any of those, or have any of those, been not considered surplus to requirements as part of the due diligence?
No, the properties that have been announced have been declared surplus.
All of them have been declared surplus of that 77?
Yes, that's why they've been announced.
But not necessarily of the 300 that have been on the list?
The initial 300 was initial desktop due diligence undertaken by Property and Development
So
New
they've
South
been,
Wales.
so the rest of them have been ruled out on that list then?
We'd have to take that on notice because
Right.
there's properties at various stages.
Okay, so you'll take that on notice, and you could perhaps also then specify, Minister,
Sorry, it's
which
not
are-
the properties when they go through the process may be identified as no longer being required but for government service delivery, but still suitable for other uses. So.
And that's what I'm getting to. So unused or underutilised Cogra High School Oval is another one that is on that list, so you're able to specify.
That was identified as being required for the
Right,
ongoing
so the
use
list
of the school.
the list can identify for us which of those will be included and which of those have been ruled out through due diligence.
Well, the fact that the 70, I don't know the exact number you quoted.
77.
They've been declared surplus, that's why they've been announced.
So they're the only ones. So what you're saying is you're confirming
To
that
date.
77 is the final figure of that number.
It's not the final figure, this is an ongoing process.
Right. Well, so we want to clarify the process then, don't we?
Well, we've talked about this numerous times over the last lots of budget estimates.
Yes, we have, but this
The
article was
government
August 9th,
owns- the government owns
2026,
the
so
Barra-
therefore a matter of weeks ago, and there are still questions being asked about underutilised and unused land that is apparently part of this list. So, Minister, can you just provide some information on notice about what is included, what isn't included, and making sure that valuable Crown land isn't being sold off to the highest bidder that will then potentially be of detriment to the community in the long run when we don't have these valuable assets available to us anymore.
Crown land land isn't a big part of the property.
It's very unusual for Crown land to be sold. The transfers obviously occur through Aboriginal land rights, but other than that, the Crown's estate generally remains as part of the estate.
Great, so in that case we can certainly clarify whether there is any Crown land on that. And my understanding is, having researched this myself, that the Barnwell Golf Course, I don't know why Labor hates golf so much, but apparently it is partially Crown land. So if we can have verification
happy to take that on notice.
Those details.
Yeah.
And I just would correct you on one. I don't hate golf at all.
I don't know whether Carnarvon would
Carnarvon's
agree with
one
you.
thing. There's
More park. Don't forget more park. I'm not a golf player. I will admit, Mr. Donnelly, I'm not a golf player. But if we can get that information on notice to clarify the points of that article, that would be very helpful, Minister. Thank you. And just one final quick one for me before I hand to my colleague. $124.5 million for Parramatta North. So you've just finalised the rezoning of 33 hectares of public land at Parramatta North. Is that correct?
Just for clarification, the rezoning is through the Minister for Planning, Minister Scully.
Was it public land? Did you have any? I believe that you were there in the announcement about this, Minister, about the 124.5 million. Yes.
And Durban land.
Yep.
You did make the announcement.
And Durban land too. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, that's right. So describing it as a major housing and jobs project expected to produce around 2,000 homes. You were part of that. So given the public land component and the government's announcement of this, how many affordable homes are part of that project? And noting that we do have many, including you, Ms Fishburn, from Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. What was the affordable housing that is to be part of that $124.5 million taxpayer-funded housing project?
I'm just looking for the exact percentage. I don't want to mislead you. I'll take that on notice and I'll come back if I can.
If you could... On a point of order, Chair, aren't these questions to the Minister?
Well,
the Minister can... Order. I understand what the member is saying, but please, it is the opposition's time.
I can assist the Minister, Mr Latham, thank you. I believe, and if you could absolutely confirm this, Minister, it's only 100 affordable homes out of a projected 2,000. So that's just 5% of the expected housing, even though the initial figures that were put out for exhibition was that it should be between 5% and 10%. Of course, your Labor government very much talks up the provision of affordable housing, but you're getting 100 out of 2,000. So if you can confirm that that's the case and why the decision was made for the bottom of the range of the provision of such critical infrastructure.
It's going to deliver thousands of... But that percent or that issue is more a question for Minister Scully. But I think we should be celebrating. We should be celebrating.
The buck passing on this, Minister, when we have the Secretary of the Department of Planning, Housing, who can come back to me on that. And again, it's great to see 2,000 homes, but if only 100 of them are affordable housing, when Labor is patting itself on the back about how much they're doing in that space, but you're taking the bottom of the range, it's pretty.
Labor's very focused on delivering housing.
Well, they need to get on with that as well, Minister.
We don't apologise
do need to see that actually happen.
It's something that we wish the previous government did over the 12 years.
Well, you've had almost
more
4 years,
we
Minister.
wouldn't be.
Yeah, thank you. There's been a point of order.
Yes, Chair. I think the question was asked about 3 or 4 minutes ago, which the Minister answered, and then the Honourable Nicole overall was engaging in, I don't know, commentary or something.
To the point of order, Chair.
Send it into a rabble.
The Minister didn't answer the question. I had to answer the question for the Minister, but I'm happy to move on.
No, answer the question. You
order. There's
volumes of
order, Minister. Look, there's just too much back and forth at the moment, and people talking over the top of each other. So, look, I'm not particularly upholding the point of order, but I do recognise that things were getting out of hand. The member has the call.
Thank you very much, Minister. Officials, thank you very much. Minister, can you confirm whether the New South Wales government supports the long-term future of the sport of greyhound racing in New South Wales?
Well, we support greyhound racing exists, and it's occurring. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to get.
The long-term future. Greyhound racing.
There's been no move to ban greyhound racing.
Does the government recognise greyhound racing as a legitimate sport that supports participants, volunteers, jobs, local communities across metropolitan and regional New South Wales?
And flogs dogs. Oh, sorry.
Well, greyhound racing is a sport. It's a legitimate sport. It's been around for a long time, and it'll continue. It'll continue to exist.
Minister, how many greyhound racing tracks have ceased operating since the election of the Minns government in 2023?
Could you best to put those questions to Minister Harris, who's the racing Minister for Racing. And I haven't kept a tab of what the movement of greyhound racing.
Thank you.
I know. I mean, we've had a situation with Wentworth Park, which has been fairly well aired. We know what the movements there and the progress there. I think.
As the Minister for Sport, Minister, I mean, in terms of the consultation with participants in the sporting sector, the trainers, the breeders, the owners, I mean, were you comfortable with the consultation that took place before that decision was made on Wentworth Park?
I'm comfortable with the consultation. There's a greater government decision that was made there to create open space. It's a prime location there, and given the future housing around the precinct there at Wentworth Park, but I'm very confident that it was the right decision. The consultation with racing, most of that occurred with the racing minister, but we're happy that we've had the extensive consultation that was required through that process.
Minister, do you accept that a metropolitan venue is vital to the future of the sport of greyhound racing in New South Wales?
I don't necessarily accept that. In terms of that facility and the amount of visitors to that facility is fairly limited. I don't see where it adds to a great vibrancy to the city or of any great benefit.
Minister,
I think what they could do
specific to the sport of greyhound racing.
If I may, greyhound racing is in Minister Harris.
The welfare of greyhound racing is the minister for in the hands of the Minister for Racing. I haven't really
public servants,
thought too much
politicians.
Minister, had the government secured a replacement metropolitan home for the sport of greyhound racing? And if so, where will that be located?
Well, discuss that with Minister Harris. He's the best person to. I mean, it's not something that we've.
It's not in your portfolio.
It's not in my portfolio.
So on a point of order, why the prompting from the assistant politician posing as a secretary to tell him the answer that it's not
because they're my assistants.
Order.
Public servants.
Mr. Latham. Listen to the chair. Mr. Latham. The minister is entitled to refer to any of the witnesses that he would like to, and hear from them as well. There is absolutely no problem with that. The member has the call.
Thank you. Minister, in terms of the sport of greyhound racing, Wentworth Park closing, the Dapto track's gone, numerous regional tracks having closed or facing closure, why should participants in the sport of greyhound racing have confidence that your government genuinely supports the future of the sport in New South Wales?
I think if you best ask that question to the Minister for Racing. There's one decision that has been within my portfolio has been the Wentworth Park decision. I think that's been fairly well aired. I think the outcome there is positive from a broader community perspective. I'm comfortable with that. Greyhound racing's got to hold its own, and where it operates from in the regions or or whether it's in Metro or where they move in the future, that's a question for the industry itself.
Minister, you made reference to your involvement in the Wentworth Park decision. As part of your involvement in that decision, was a replacement metropolitan home for the sport of greyhound racing part of the discussion?
Not with me.
Thank you. In the final little bit, Minister, if I could move to the Carnarvon golf course. Has the government made a decision on the Metropolitan Memorial Parks proposal to convert Carnarvon Golf Course into a cemetery or memorial park?
At this stage, we're still considering. We've taken all the information in, so at this stage, it's still under consideration.
So no decision.
No decision
Minister.
yet. No.
So if no decision's been made, is retaining Carnarvon Golf Course in its current use still a genuine option for the public, for the sporting community?
Well, no decision's been made at this stage.
Timing on a decision?
We're working through it.
Will it be before the election, March 2027?
We're working through it. We'll make that decision in due course.
Minister, has MMP completed its analysis of the community consultation? If yes, has the report been provided to you? When did you receive it, or will it be made public?
I'll get some details on that. When was it? Yeah, well, MMP has now, it's completed collating and analysing the consultation feedback, and it's provided the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure with that information, and all feedback received will be carefully considered. At this stage, as I've said, the government is considering considering the proposal, and we haven't reached a decision as yet.
Minister, has any funding been...
Just to clarify that the term of the lease on Carnarvon Golf Course doesn't run out till 2035, so there isn't an enormous urgency to make a decision within months or days or anything like that. But it is something from a future planning perspective we need to decide on at some stage.
Has MMP provided you, Minister, with a proposed allocation of burial space by faith or cultural group?
I have to take that on notice. There is information for that, but I don't have that in my head.
Thank you. Mr Higginson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Can I ask you, what was the purpose of the major event declaration of the Herzog rally?
The purpose of that, I mean, I think we all understand that, on the we understood that there was going to be a situation where you could have converging groups from the government's perspective. I mean, the Governor General, on the recommendation of the federal government, invited the Israeli President of New South Wales, and as we know, that was to mourn with the community that was impacted by the Bondi terror attack. Once his attendance was confirmed, it was the New South Wales government's role to ensure the safety of the visiting head of state, mourners and protesters. The best way to do this was to keep the respective crowds and the head of state separate. The major events amendment...
Just before you read that part of your note, Minister,
yes,
can I then ask, to your understanding, does the Major Events Act's regulation-making power provide you, the Minister, with the power to declare the routes of authorised public assemblies to be major events? I don't know if the note's going to help you. I'm asking for your ministerial understanding.
Take on notice that detail. I assume it does, but
thank you.
I would assume it does. I mean, what we're looking here, Ms Higgins, was keep people safe and give the police the appropriate power.
How did that go?
Well, you know,
not real
at
well.
the end of the day,
could I just ask you
how
if
could
you
have gone? How could have gone is what you should be
Yeah,
asking.
sorry, there's been a point
It's
of
the
order.
same member again, serial offender, speaking over the answer being given by the Minister. Now, it's happened yesterday and will continue today, taking points of order unless respect shown.
Yeah, thank you. I'd ask the member to just
Thank
let
you,
the
Chair. I
Minister
will
finish
do.
his answer.
Could you please explain why the area you authorised as the subject to the Major Events Declaration was substantially the same area as the Public Assembly Restriction Declaration?
Look, it was about keeping people safe and understanding where the risks were.
Okay.
And that was defined. I mean, there was, it was very important. And we've got to put this all into perspective. This was the post-Bondi. It was a very, very difficult time. And as the Minister for Multiculturalism as well, you know, and Crown Lands, my officers were heavily engaged in terms of the response and the recovery period after Bondi.
Did you receive legal advice before you made the declaration?
There was internal legal advice, yeah, of course.
Thank you. What communications occurred between you and the Premier about that declaration? Do you guys use Signal to communicate?
I don't usually use Signal with the Premier, no.
You don't at all?
I do use Signal, but it's not. I mean, I generally respond. I don't.
Did you
I'm a bit old-fashioned. I use my.
Did you use Signal to communicate with the Premier about the Herzog rally and the protest?
I wouldn't think so, but I could have.
You're
I
not
don't
quite
know.
sure.
Well,
Could have.
What I know.
Thank you.
Talking about.
Do you have disappearing messages set on your Signal like other members of the Cabinet do?
I don't believe I do. No, I don't know how to do it. Yeah, so.
You're not sure, or you don't?
I don't have disappearing messages.
So your Signal messages will not have disappearing messages set on them.
I wouldn't have thought so. No.
You know now that the Public Assembly Restriction Declaration laws were held and declared to be void ab initio, so absolutely invalid from the beginning. And therefore, do you acknowledge that the police did not have the lawful power to restrict the public authorised assembly?
Well, the major events designation was that was challenged at the time, I thought, and it was.
That's a slightly different issue.
Successful.
That's a slightly different issue. I'm asking you about, do you understand that now that the Public Assembly Restriction Declaration has been declared invalid, that any police power to restrict the authorised protest is therefore wrong? They don't have that power. It didn't exist.
Do
you accept that?
Under major events, is that correct?
No, so the Public Assembly Restriction Declarations were declared totally invalid. I think where we're getting now is, given one of the criteria upon which you made the Major Events Declaration has been completely declared invalid, namely the Public Assembly Restriction Declaration, the police actually had no valid power in which to say that the protest was unauthorised. Will you now, on this basis, rescind the Major Event Declaration, given you actually made it in part or on whole on a basis that's been declared erroneous?
No, absolutely not. I won't rescind that.
Just clarify, and I'm not seeking to interrupt the member's question, but can I just clarify whether this actually comes under... Firstly, we've had seeking confirmation from the Minister of a legal opinion and seeking his legal opinion. But the second thing is, to what extent does this actually come under the Minister's portfolio?
To the point of order, I was asking if he would rescind the making of his major declaration.
I won't rescind. I mean, I'll reinforce, and I'll say it 100 times till I'm blue in the face. That was, the declaration was made because we're extremely focused on keeping people safe and I'm not going to apologise for that, and never will. And keeping an order to what potentially could have been a devastating situation. So, yeah, I
Minister,
won't.
do you accept it was devastating for those people who were bashed up by the New South Wales Police?
There is currently an inquiry into that, and we'll wait for that.
Thank you.
Final,
Minister, what I'm getting at is your declaration aligned, and the briefing note said it was necessary because it aligns with the area that is the subject to an Assembly restriction declaration, which will reduce confusion for protest organisers and ensure that there is clarity about the area in which the protest activity will not be authorised or facilitated. Can you see that the basis upon which you made a declaration using your ministerial power was erroneous? Therefore, your declaration really should be undone.
I don't clearly see that. I'm sorry. As far as
what legal possibility?
As far as I'm concerned, the declaration was made to keep people safe. I'm going to continue to say this till I'm blue in the face. I think you know, if there's any other types of legal evaluation of that situation.
But do you understand that there are members of our community who have been harmed by police who are currently the subject of criminal prosecutions on the basis of a declaration that you made as Minister here in New South Wales on a basis that has been declared invalid by the courts?
Yeah, there was opportunities there to, you know, to protest in a safer environment. They were rejected. What can I say to you? You know,
Minister, with regard to
at the end of the day, that was because there wasn't the other option to protest in a different area at the time that would have been safer. We had to have police in place to protect our community.
Thanks, Minister. Thank you. With regard to the provisions of the Crown Lands Bill, which erode Aboriginal land rights, your Chief of Staff is the Mayor of Bayside Council, which, according to The Australian, has over 100 unresolved claims. On what date did your Chief of Staff make a conflict of interest declaration in relation to this bill?
I'm not convinced that there's a conflict of interest here.
Oh, you don't think there is?
Absolutely not.
No conflict of interest.
At the end of the day, you're talking.
Has your Chief of Staff ever
claims on Crown land?
Has your Chief of Staff ever expressed a view in relation to the provisions of the bill?
I'm not sure that's an yes, no.
I think it's just a yes or a no. Has he
Could
ever?
you ask that question again?
Has your Chief of Staff ever expressed a view in relation to the provisions, those specific provisions that impact Aboriginal land claims of that bill?
Well, we've discussed the issue. Of course, we have. He's my Chief of Staff.
Thank you. Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, coming back to these Crown land leases for racetracks, can you recall when and where you had the discussion with Mr Volandis? He's hard to forget.
I have lots of discussions with lots of people. Mr Latham, I can't recall where.
You had lots of discussions.
Yeah, but it was earlier on in the term.
Las Vegas?
I don't think so.
No? Yeah. And you said you'd look into it. As you did, what advice did you receive from your department about this unusual proposal? Unprecedented proposal.
What advice?
As you said, you'd look into it.
Well, I acted in accordance with advice. I was of the understanding that there was no real contention there. That it was that most of the managers, boards were supportive of
that's not true
the change. So that's where I stood at the time. You brought up and raised the issue there at Queanbeyan. For the benefit of the doubt, we actually put an administrator in place. Subsequent to that, we've reappointed Racing New South Wales.
But what advice did you receive from your department about the unprecedented action of the racing regulator becoming an administrator of Crown land leases at 5 racetracks when traditionally it's always been done by local clubs?
I mean, I'd have to refer back to that advice, whatever written advice I had at the time.
I can take it on notice if you like.
If you can take on notice and produce the advice. Did the advice go to the obvious conflict of interest that Racing New South Wales would be regulating itself?
Look, I'll take it on notice. I think there may have been some potential reference to it. I don't know. I can't remember. I can't recall that.
In terms of the regulation of itself, we're the Crown land manager. We're not the regulator.
No, you understand Racing New South Wales is the racing regulator in New South Wales, but they would be in charge of Crown land leases in the running of racetracks, you see. You understand that you wouldn't normally have a situation where the regulator regulates its own management of a track.
But that's really a matter between Racing New South Wales and the users. Our responsibility is to administer
Well, hang on, they are you've made them the user, you see. So, but it's not a consideration that crossed your mind at the time.
I'm happy to take on notice the specifics around the advice that was provided about Racing New South Wales and those 5 regional racetracks. Yes.
The briefing note's well over 2 years old. We just can't recall the content at this point
and
in
if you
time.
missed the obvious, well, it's unprecedented that this happened, but if we can get the advice on
But that's no different to Golf New South Wales administering golf clubs.
Yeah, I don't know much. I'm not worried about golf. I'm telling you the racing regulator is now regulating itself in the Crown land leases of 5 racetracks, which is very unusual and not how you'd normally separate its administrative and regulatory roles. But if we can see the advice that was provided at the time, we can make a judgment about it.
Golf is a regulated act either.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm with I'm with the overall faction on golf, but on rents, you said you made reference, ministers, to rents at Coffs Harbour. Are you aware that for 12 months none of the trainers have been prepared to sign a rental agreement with Racing New South Wales, so no rents are being collected?
I mean, that's a matter for Crown land manager and...
Isn't it a matter for you, because you set this up with no due diligence, you can't recall the advice you got from the department, and apparently no concern for the obvious conflict of interest? Isn't this a matter for you as the minister?
Mr Latham, I've told you there's thousands and thousands of properties. I can't be across every single detail on every single one. And it might be, I hear what you're saying, but you know the issues. I mean, Crown land has had conversations.
Our staff were out there not a fortnight ago meeting with some of the trainers that you're talking about, Mr Latham, inspecting the property, and I met with Racing New South Wales yesterday. So we want, as you do,
and they haven't
our regional racetracks to... Sorry?
They haven't collected any rents in 12 months?
In terms of the rents between Racing New South Wales and the trainers that use the site, and anyone that uses the site, there's a number of ancillary uses as racetracks, as you well know. That's really a matter between the Crown land manager and the users of that site.
Yeah, I'm raising it because you appointed the Crown land manager and must take some responsibility.
And that's why we have quarterly meetings with them.
Now, wiping your hands for something that's fallen apart.
We're not
because there's
wiping
no rents collected for 12 months further. Minister, are you aware of the advice from Corey Cox, the legal counsel for Racing New South Wales, when he told the club and the trainers there'd be no change to the old arrangements about ownership arrangements for the stables? And Racing New South Wales, having lied to you about Queanbeyan, has now lied about the arrangements at Coffs Harbour, where they've reneged on that and said that they become the owners of the stables.
Yeah, look, I'm not across all of those details. I'm not across, not aware of it.
Will you have a look?
It's a matter between Racing and...
Yeah, you say that, wiping your hands.
I'm not wiping my hands.
But can I say that when you found out that Racing New South Wales lied at Queanbeyan, you reversed the decision and appointed an administrator?
I didn't, no, just for the benefit of the doubt, we put an administrator in there. There was changes. There was changes to the executive of to the board, and it was probably, a little bit. It wasn't clear in relation to when there was an approval for it to go to Racing. There was support for it to go to Racing from previous board, and then there were changes to the board and changes in position. So for the benefit of the doubt, we put an administrator in to sort that out, and and then have subsequently made the decision.
I don't know what that word salad means. I don't think
Yeah.
you know. But,
Yeah, well, I think...
the same things, an equivalent things happen at Coffs Harbour, where Racing New South Wales has reneged on an agreement they gave in February of 2025 not to change the long-standing arrangement for what's regarded as ownership and on-selling of stable boxes, and no rents have been collected for 12 months. So in acknowledgement of these problems, and you're dealing with con men at Druitt Street, will you now appoint an administrator to Coffs Harbour to try and sort out the mess?
Look, I won't commit to that now.
No? How do you propose to sort out the mess that you created?
Oh, look, I'll review all of those matters.
On another racing matter, Minister, have you seen the Auditor General's report at page 18 regarding the grant, COVID emergency grant, albeit under the previous government, that was provided to the Bathurst Thoroughbred Racing Club, which I've raised persistently, and the heavy criticism of your department, who basically for 3 years didn't monitor or check any of the expenditures. The Auditor General at page 18 of this report has listed 7 or 8 heavy criticisms of the department of basically handing over a freebie and not doing anything to monitor the expenditure of this money, which to this day there's still $2.4 million outstanding. Your department doesn't care about other people's money, does it?
I might ask Kirsten to...
Yes, thank you, Minister. Yes, the department is aware of the Audit Office report. We
Is
obviously
the Minister aware?
take very
no,
seriously...
my question was not to the Assistant, but to the Minister. Are you aware, Minister? Are you aware of this heavy criticism?
My department
I'm asking you about your awareness.
There's been a point of order.
Reasonable if the Minister wants to provide a detailed response to ask a staff person who's here to advise you.
Sorry, I actually don't... Minister Latham, I don't actually... Sorry, Mr Latham, I don't uphold the point of order because the question was very specific. Is the Minister aware of the report? I don't think the departmental staff can answer that question on behalf of the Minister. Correct. So I go back to Mr Latham and if he wants to re-put the question.
Yeah, I'll quote from the Auditor General. The department's monitoring the grant was limited. The funding agreement did not clarify requirements for milestone monitoring, reports or acquittals, nor did it address unspent funds. The department has not undertaken internal monitoring or prepared progress reports about the status of the program. The department did not require reporting from the recipient from 2022 to 2025. This is over $4 million, and its monitoring of the grant was irregular and not timely during this period. Due to the ineffective and limited monitoring across the grant life cycle, the department did not have assurance that the funds have only been used for the purposes of the grant or sufficient information to ascertain the progress of the works or status of unspent funds. Minister, what are you doing about the hopelessness of your department in monitoring these substantial grants allocated to a club effectively run by the head of racing?
That was funding that was allocated before this term of government. And from what I understand, we've made some particular inquiries in relation to the funds where they're spent, and where it sits at the moment.
That is correct.
Do you dispute any of these findings? Is the Auditor
Ms
General
Fishburn can answer with greater detail in relation to the status of that grant.
Thank you. Yes, we were aware of the Audit Office report, and I am aware that there has been weaknesses in the grant management in the past. They have now been rectified, and as of the 2nd of July of this year, the club's reported all remaining works have commenced. The stables contractor has been engaged and the existing stables are now demolished. The new stables have been ordered and works on the stables are expected to be completed by the end of October 2026. We have also viewed the bank statements of the club as well to ensure that the money is still available. I had a feeling you may ask me a question about it, Mr Latham, and I can in fact table the bank statement.
Can you? You'll table it? Okay, good.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. Opposition?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Sorry. Minister, housing projects in Hornsby as part of the government's transit-oriented development rezoning and suggests it's going to be home to as many as 9,000 new residents. Have you advocated for Hornsby Shire Council to construct additional much-needed sport grounds and recreational facilities as part of that development and projected population growth?
spaces?
Yeah,
Public spaces,
I mean,
public
this is all part of Minister Scully's
No, but
ministry,
I believe that you...
I mean, personally, no. I mean,
so you have never discussed the need for sports grounds and recreational facilities in the Hornsby Shire Council at Wesley Park and Cherrybrook?
Yeah, no, are you speaking in relation to that, specifically that site?
Yeah.
There was. I mean, I've got a vague memory of having a conversation about that.
Okay, and you would acknowledge then that that type of infrastructure is absolutely critical when we're talking about housing developments of that size, that the government states that you need to have the attendant infrastructure in order to support and facilitate these communities as they grow. Yes. So are you aware, and having spoken with the Mayor of Hornsby Shire Council potentially, I'm not saying that you have, but whether you have, that they did receive a $36 million grant in order to construct those sporting and recreational facilities, and that they've done a considerable amount of work on trying to progress that?
Yep.
Yep, you're great. So why then, Minister, is the New South Wales Local Government Minister taking away that $36 million from the Hornsby Council and handing it over to the Office of Local Government to fund new staff and regulations implementation, as he has acknowledged, and which will essentially prevent the council from delivering these much needed projects?
Yeah.
Greg?
Oh, look, I can't answer on behalf of the Minister for Local Government, and
I don't know about that, mate.
I think you're best probably putting that question to.
Well, again, I'm coming back to you,
Government.
Minister, in your capacity as...
The Minister's answered, and he's answered correctly, that this falls completely out of the jurisdiction of his portfolios, and so is out of order for this hearing. So he's already answered. There's no point restating the question.
To the point of order, Chair, he hasn't answered. He answered that he has advocated for sporting facilities, and I'm trying to get to how we can help Hornsby Shire Council
well, I answered that
to deliver.
I've had conversation.
That's right. So I'm
always supportive of sporting facilities as the Minister for Sport. It's something that
I'll just rule on the point of order. I didn't actually hear the end of the most recent question. That certainly was the answer to previous questions that Ms Overall had put. But there was a follow-up question, but I don't know exactly what the context of that was. So I'm not able to say it's out of order at this point, but I'll throw to her.
So just to build on that, Minister, it is about Hornsby having the necessary recreational facilities and sporting infrastructure, and they can't do it if they're having $36 million taken away specifically from those projects that are for those facilities. So will you commit to ensuring that Hornsby Council will have the necessary funding in order to finalise these projects, and if need be, talk to your local government minister about what's going on in that regard?
I mean, I can't commit because I'm not the minister that would make that commitment, but obviously I can ask questions and look into it.
On the basis that you have advocated and that you are supportive and that they need to have this happen, that you'll commit to at least talking with the Hornsby Shire Council and the Mayor as to how we might to get through this little impasse, shall we say.
And let me just say that generally, as the Minister for Sport, you're always very supportive of any sporting infrastructure and whatever, but it doesn't mean that there's always the funding there at the time when we'd all like to have everything built yesterday.
But they had received the $36 million already for these sporting facilities, and now that's going to be taken away. So that's a pretty big deal and a pretty big impasse in not being able to do that. So if you're able to speak with them further and help facilitate that, I am sure that they would be very, very happy to hear that, Minister.
Thank you for that information.
Pleasure. I'll have one more quick one before I hand to my colleague. Just in relation to the sports organisation support funding, which intended to increase participation and support, what was the commitment in 2024 and 2024-25 and 25 and 26?
I've got a note on things. Adam, would you be able to get, you got that in front of you?
I'm able to assist the committee chair. We're referring to the organisational support program.
Do you want to put they can't see your name there.
Apologies. The organisational support program through which we support the 98 state sporting organisations.
Yes. What was the 24-25 and 25-26 allocations, the commitments?
$10 million.
$10 million in each year?
In each year.
Right. And so, Minister, you've just recently come out and spruiked about another commitment, but it remains at $10 million for this year as well. Is that correct? So it's not an increase, it's $10 million again.
10 million, yeah.
Another $10 million. So it's not an increase. You're continuing the funding at the level that it's at.
We had a large increase from
but we're continuing the funding at the level that it's at.
From 5 to 10.
Thanks, Minister. Okay, I'll hand over to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, do you agree with the Premier that biological differences between males and females must be reflected in New South Wales law and in female sport?
Well, I think it's important to...
Is that a yes or a no?
Yeah, I do. Of course. I mean, in terms of... We've always got to... I mean, sport should be inclusive, yes, but by the same token, we need to focus on safety, player safety, and fairness. And what we do is we do work with the sporting codes, and we do rely on the sporting codes to deliver, to manage that process.
Thank you. Minister, what specific action have you taken to give effect to that commitment?
I've continued to support that position, and we've worked with our sporting codes to deliver on that.
Minister, does New South Wales currently have a statewide policy guaranteeing women and girls a sporting category restricted to biological females?
Well, we've allowed the sporting codes to manage that issue in their own right, and they've done. I think they've done a fairly good job doing that throughout the process. We don't need to be doing any further than what we're doing as far as.
Minister, does the New South Wales government itself have such a policy?
No, it doesn't.
There's no policy?
Well, there's national guidelines that were released in 2009 by Sport Australia and the Australian Human Rights Commission in consultation with a coalition of major professional and participation sports, assist sporting organisations at all levels to offer opportunities for all gender diverse people to participate in sport. I understand that in 2023 the Australian Sports Commission through the Australian Institute of Sport released national guidelines related to high performance. These guidelines advocated...
Minister, I like the national perspective. I'm asking about New South Wales. Where's the New South Wales policy relevant to what the Premier's saying on biological differences and safety in sport?
Well, the New South Wales policy is to allow the codes to manage those things in their own rights.
Perhaps, Minister, can we elaborate,
Yep.
Chair?
I'll come later, thank you.
Yeah, no, I'd like Adam to clarify for you if it's okay.
And certainly understand the question and the intent of the question. What is sometimes lost in the conversation, and the Minister said the three words, safe, fair and inclusive, is our policy position. That is very clearly stated in our strategic plan. Our strategic plan is actually called Everyone Plays Here. It's meant to be deliberately
I'm happy
inclusive.
this afternoon to speak, but this is to the Minister and this is the morning session.
Just what is missing though
so
is...
Minister, how many safety complaints, injuries, threatened forfeits or withdrawals concerning trans-identifying male participation in female sport have been reported to your office or the Office of Sport?
Oh, look, I'd have to take that on notice, but it's not...
Again, the question assumes that the Office of Sport actually has a role in that. The regulation of sports is governed through a national framework. State sporting organisations align with the national sporting organisations' requirements, which are aligned with an international federation. All are required to comply with Australian laws in terms of anti-discrimination.
Minister, are you aware of the report that a New South Wales female AFL player was taken to hospital by ambulance this past weekend after being tackled by a 6'1" trans-identifying male player and underwent x-rays and CT scans? This is a case study I refer you to this morning on Talkback Radio. Another case was put. It's the safety of women in sport. Minister, how do you respond?
Look, that concerns me. I am obviously concerned where there's unsafe settings or situations, and I'll look into that particular matter. I'll get back to you on that.
Minister, do you collect information such as this relating to sport? And how can you credibly assure women and girls that the government's position and conduct of this is safe?
Look, I'm comfortable that our sporting codes have been doing a fairly good job in relation to managing the situation, and I might pass on to Adam to see if in terms of what sort of information we're collating.
In terms of the data?
I'm happy to speak with Adam
this is the office
that
I represent as the minister, and I'd like a full detailed answer to come from Adam if you can.
Thank you, Minister. The state sporting organisations themselves do collect that data. We don't ask for that data for member protection for privacy reasons, but there are 2 million people registered participating in sport in New South Wales through 98 organisations. We don't have the capacity to track that. What we do is we expect the sports to track that, and they do, and they manage it under the national framework.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm registering here today in terms of some of the safety concerns, the injuries, the hospitalisations experienced by women in the environment today with transgender males competing in physical contact with them, are those reports coming to you?
No, the sports maintain that information. The sports investigate them. Sports have very strong obligations to keep their members and their participants safe, and they take complaints in terms of member safety incredibly seriously. We insist that any organisation we fund through this organisational support program complies with the national requirements to keep members safe.
Thank you. And further to that, Minister, will you make New South Wales sports funding conditional on providing a protected female category based on biological sex?
Funding, are you saying in terms of future funding for sporting organisations?
Correct.
I think that's what that's what the approach is with adopting the national approach, and we're doing that. So I don't feel that we need to do any more.
Safe, fair and inclusive underpins it. It's complicated with different sports. The requirements in table tennis are very different to the requirements in lawn bowls, are obviously very different to the requirements in the contact sports. So that's why the sports with their rules and their own governance arrangements are best placed to make those decisions. And I absolutely acknowledge it's an important and it's a sometimes challenging space, but the sports are well positioned to try and adjudicate on this and make decisions that balance safety and inclusion.
Minister, do you believe a woman should be forced to play against a biological male as a condition of participating in a women's competition? This is the experience.
Look, I don't believe that, but it depends on the sport as well. I mean, there could be a sport where it doesn't really make any difference. But generally speaking, I agree with you. A woman shouldn't be forced to do that.
Minister, I mean, I can just cite grandmothers are ringing talkback radio. They're concerned for their granddaughters, and they're reporting that the girls of teams are walking from the field and the parents are backing them on safety grounds.
Yeah, look.
And as a consequence, the girls aren't playing. They're leaving sport because it's dangerous.
Yeah,
the Premier says the headlines, there's a place for boys, there's a place for girls, the law should reflect it. As the Minister for Sport, I put you today,
I absolutely
Minister,
agree with that too.
What are we doing on this? What's the government's response?
We've clearly told you what we're doing and how it's been managed. But I mean, those particular situations that you're referring to, I haven't got them across my table. I mean, but I'm curious to see to what extent we do have this problem.
Thank you. I'll hand to my colleague.
Thank you. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you, Wes.
Now, in an answer you gave to Mr Latham, you indicated that the proposals for Crown lands being given to, the management of the Crown lands for racetracks being given to Racing New South Wales was already in the system. Was that when you came to office?
Yes.
Okay. So the change occurred in 2024. Can you tell me about the preceding time before 2024? It was already in the system. How did you come to the decision to actually hand the management of 5 tracks to Racing New South Wales?
Well, obviously I reviewed all the information that was in front of me at the time in relation to that proposal.
Okay.
Was there
a meeting, a direct lobbying from Racing New South Wales?
Sorry?
Was there a meeting or a direct... there was a meeting, direct lobbying that occurred from Racing New South Wales?
There wasn't.
There wasn't?
I mean, from what I understand, there wasn't a meeting.
Okay,
with
so
Racing New South Wales.
your disclosures...
It was management, Crown management arrangement that was in.
So there was no direct lobbying.
We briefed Mr. Fang. We briefed the minister in April 2024 on the changes, and there'd been discussions between the department, as you and Mr. Latham said before, between the department and Racing New South Wales between 2022 and 2024.
Okay. So who from Racing New South Wales met with your department?
I'm happy to take those questions on notice.
Okay, and can you provide the dates of who met with your department and at what times?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. And who they met with in your department. That'd be great.
From what I understand, there was due diligence done through the process.
That's correct.
Yeah,
the department wouldn't have briefed you.
Well, no. I mean, as I said, I'm happy to, if you can get the dates and the times of who from Racing New South Wales lobbied the department, that'd be great. We know from
lobbying is mischaracterising.
Well,
that Racing New South Wales met with the department.
Advice. Was seeking.
What I do know in terms of lobbying from the Rose Hill inquiry that Peter V'landys and the Premier met and discussed Kembla Grange. And there was lobbying in terms of Kembla Grange being handed over to Racing New South Wales. Has that been progressed any further? Has Racing New South Wales continued to seek transfer of Crown lands?
I met with Racing New South Wales and some of the members that you mentioned yesterday, Legal Counsel, COO. There's been no discussion with me about Port Kembla.
No. There's no Kembla Grange?
Kembla Grange. Sorry.
Okay, all right. I noted you did say you went to, was it Coffs Harbour yesterday, Mr. Laposta?
I wasn't in Coffs Harbour. My senior staff were at Coffs Harbour a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, so they met with the trainers on the ground?
I can get the specific information on who they met with. They met with people at the racetrack at Coffs Harbour.
And they were there to discuss the issue of Crown lands and Racing New South Wales jacking up the rents?
They were there to discuss the various things that Mr. Latham flagged before.
Okay. So it's fair to say then that the department has had direct conversations in terms of the unfairness, I'll say, of Racing New South Wales altering the arrangements that were in place with the previous Crown Lands manager.
I don't know if unfairness is fair, but the department is aware of the concerns, and you both have done excellent jobs bringing them consistently to our attention in terms of the issues that exist at Queanbeyan and now at Coffs Harbour.
Because when the minister provided an answer to Mr. Latham, I made a note. He said that effectively there was an acceptance by the previous Crown land managers for Racing New South Wales to take over. Now, my understanding is, certainly wasn't the case in Queanbeyan, and I don't believe it was the case in some of the other tracks, including Coffs Harbour. So, another answer...
You're saying you don't believe, I mean, do you believe either you do or don't?
I'm asking you, Minister, where it seems that you indicate that the previous Crown land managers were happy, yet the indication on the ground is that they weren't. Who's providing you this advice? Is it Racing New South Wales telling you that they're those previous Crown land managers are happy, and are you just accepting it without actually ground truthing it?
No. I told you from earlier on in relation to Queanbeyan, there were changes to the board there, and there was different positions that were expressed after a particular after a decision was consenting from.
Minister,
there was a consenting board, and then it changed, and therefore, the benefit of the doubt, we actually put an administrator in place.
Yes, but you must accept.
I'm not accepting.
In terms of, I haven't even put the question of what you're about to accept.
Can I
accept it? I'm saying you must accept that in circumstances around the Queanbeyan lease given to Racing New South Wales, that the advice was wrong. Did you not think to actually look at the other Crown land leases that were provisioned at the same time as Queanbeyan and go, perhaps the same issue has occurred on the other 4? Did that not occur to you at all?
Can I confirm that as part of the packaging material that was provided to the Minister by the department, letters of confirmation from each of the 5 racecourses confirming that they understood the proposal and were accepting of the proposal were provided to the Minister?
I'll have more questions later.
That's great.
Mr Latham, you've got 30 seconds.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Leposter. These meetings that occurred yesterday or in recent days, has there been any outcome for the Coffs Harbour trains?
I've never said there was a meeting yesterday. I spoke to Racing New South Wales yesterday and met with them, but in terms of Coffs Harbour, that was a couple of weeks ago.
Right, okay, but has there been an outcome to the satisfaction of the trainers?
Well, I met with Racing New South Wales yesterday.
Yeah, but out of your meeting, has there been an outcome that's positive?
There's steps and there's a discussion that we're heading in the right direction.
You're heading in the right direction. In terms of your earlier comment comparing integrity issues in racing to golf, do you understand the nature of the racing industry with multi-billion-dollar gaming, sometimes money laundering, race fixing, doping of animals, none of which occurs on the golf course, does it?
So you try and get the
assistant politician might butt out while I ask the question to Mr. Leposter.
Order. That's not the way we talk.
That's the way this panel
Order.
operates.
Mr. Latham, I'm calling you to order for that. Mr. Latham, I'm calling you to order for that. If you have a question. If you have a question you'd like to finish to the Minister, you may do so. But Mr. Latham, I won't allow you to talk to departmental witnesses in that way.
Consistently.
Mr. Latham, I have called you to order for the way you're speaking to some of the witnesses.
Thank you.
If you want to finish your question, please do so.
Your answer, Mr. Leposter, about comparing golf to racing, integrity matters?
I'm understanding, but we're not the regulator, Mr. Latham.
No, but you've allowed the regulator to have a conflict of interest.
But that's a
in
matter
running its own
between the
racetracks.
regulator and the racetrack operators and the trainers that are there.
They're now one and the same.
Government time.
You've allowed the regulator to run its own racetracks. That's your
Can I
decision.
say there are no government questions?
Thank you.
At this stage.
At this stage. Thank you. In that case, then we will go to morning tea break and we'll be back at 11:15. We're about to start. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back to Budget Estimates. We're starting with crossbench time and I'll take the first 10 minutes. I'll ask some questions if you've got some questions in the break.
I just wanted to create just a quick clarity on one question.
Sorry, my time has already started, so you can do that at another point in time.
Yep.
Minister, in March I requested a meeting with you on behalf of Pelvic Pain Foundation, who wanted to discuss the issue of endometriosis in sport and the fact that so many women drop out of sport due to experiencing pelvic pain. You and your office declined that meeting. Can I begin by asking why you declined that meeting about women in sport?
I'll just take that on notice. I can't recall that. I mean, when it comes to endometriosis, it's something that's pretty, it's within my family, so it's something that I care a lot about. But I'll take that on notice in terms of why. It might have been a timing issue. It could have been, yeah.
At the time, your office referred us to meet with the Minister for Women, who did meet with the Pelvic Pain Foundation, but clearly because the programs we were talking about were more squarely within women in sport, she could see that obviously it was probably an issue better within your portfolio, and so that's why I'm going to bring it back to you today. Are you aware of how many females drop out of sporting activities due to endometriosis or pelvic pain?
No, I wouldn't know numbers or percentiles, but I know that it is a big issue when it comes to sport. I know, as I said, from my own family and it's really challenging. I can't imagine, suffering from endometriosis and then participating, especially if you're seeking to do that at a professional level. That'd be quite challenging. So, I can't give you any numbers.
Data, that's fair enough. The Pelvic Pain Foundation has two programs they run in the sports portfolio. So one of them is for athletes and one for coaches. They're both aimed to help women better understand periods and pelvic pain and to actually help women and girls to actually stay in sport and sporting activities. So the national data actually shows that 23.9% of girls and young women regularly miss sport or reduce their involvement in sport due to periods. So they'd like to expand these programs with additional funding. Is that something where you currently already have a grants process where these programs can actually be run?
Oh, it's something we could definitely look at. I mean, we've run a lot of programs around women in sport, and that's definitely one that we could. But I mean, that's a pretty profound percentile, 23.9%. So, yeah.
We have a lot of programs aimed at increasing participation of women and girls in sport, and Adam can speak to the detail of some of those programs, including grant funding opportunities.
And I might have a chat with Mr. Berry this afternoon. My understanding is that this particular organisation has reached out to the department, and their particular programs don't fall under any of the current categories with its current restrictions, and so they can't apply for any grants that are currently available just because they're such a specific service. It's more about kind of education, and so a lot of it is awareness, for example, from doctors that actually playing sport and continuing movement in some cases can actually assist with some of that pain as well. Is there anything else, Minister, then that you're doing? And I appreciate, you mentioned that you've got your own family experience within this space. Is there anything that you're then doing sort of as a minister that has a bit of understanding about making sure that women in sport have access to information like this so that, that those two things can really work together?
No, in relation to that particular issue, I don't believe there is, but I'm all ears, and I'm really happy to actually do that meeting. You're welcome to come along when they meet with me to go through those challenges. But yeah, I do find that that's a fairly high percentage of women dropping out of participation. That's something we need to focus on in terms of obviously assisting how to manage through those processes, and how our sporting groups manage as well. I think that's important as well. It's one thing to say, we arm you with and help you with this information, but it's also about our sports administration being on top of it as well and understand the importance. So I'm really happy to actually
have that meeting. I appreciate that, Minister.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Similarly, within the multicultural portfolio, the Pelvic Pain Foundation's developed a new pelvic pain program for refugee and migrant women. Specifically, I'm wondering if there's any funding or support for educational programs in that space to ensure that those sort of programs can be made available to these groups.
There's a number of programs through Multicultural New South Wales. You're referring to. There's a number of initiatives and programs that we've run, but I might get James to see whether there's an.
We will in fact be holding, thank you Minister, we will in fact be holding a Stronger Together projects grant round. That'll be opening very shortly, but they'll certainly be welcome to apply to.
Great,
That's
thank
the
you.
50.
Thank you for that.
Yep, up to 50,000.
50,000, yeah, up to 50,000, that's right.
Thank you. Minister, if I can return to the Crown Land Amendment Bill. The assessment, I was just going to ask actually around what sort of formal advice, legal or otherwise, was actually done.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you start again?
Sorry, so I'm
Yep.
back onto the Crown Land Amendment
Yep.
Bill. So I'm just wondering what assessment the government undertook in regards to the bill's consistency with Aboriginal people's rights to land, culture, equality and self-determination, whether you've got specific advice around that before introducing the bill, or if there's been advice around that since the most latest consultation.
There has been advice. Joe, if you could speak on that.
Sure, Ms Hurst. Absolutely. The departments and the lawyers that are involved in the drafting of the bill have reference to the Aboriginal land rights bills and other things as well. So they're not doing anything that is unlawful in terms of the relationship or the interrelationship of those two bills.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
They're not doing anything. Yeah, I think the speakers in here aren't.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not hearing you either.
Oh right, okay, yeah.
My point was that they give due consideration to make sure that any changes that are proposed as part of the Crown Land Management Act aren't at odds or friction points with the Aboriginal Land Rights Act.
Thank you. Minister, with that in mind, I guess that the major concern that we keep hearing around this is that the bill does give power to the minister to retrospectively validate a land interest like a lease despite objections of the affected Aboriginal Land Council. How does that then sit with you in regards to Aboriginal people's right to participate in decisions affecting their lands?
Look, I think and let's just put it all into perspective. Since I've been Minister for Crown Lands, the Aboriginal, the Act was introduced in '83. 20% of the successful land claims over that whole 43 years have been delivered in the last three odd years. Okay, so I think it's important to appreciate that, that as a minister, I have enormous appreciation for the Act, and I support the Act. And I think, but the problem we have 43,000 claims stuck in a system that's not functioning properly. The process is complicated, and
can I just interrupt there? Where are those 43,000? Like, where are the majority of those 43,000 claims? Are they getting stuck at the point where they come to the department or to you, Minister, or is it getting stuck elsewhere? Where
it's a matter for the department.
And so they're stuck at the department level.
Land claims are very, very, very simple to make, to lodge. They are very, very complicated because of the nature of state and Commonwealth legislation that needs to be very carefully considered before they can be processed. So the 45,000 backlog that the Minister is talking about, 43,000 backlog the Minister's talking about is with the department.
And look, there are multiple claims on sites within them, but the assessment process there's a strict process to assess each claim, and in many cases that means to understand the historical conduct on those particular sites. Many of them are in really highly used community facilities that have been there, operating for over 100 years that are quite important to community, so that's what we're focusing on. That's what we're focusing on with the amendments. But as I said, we're working towards wording and changes to give the greatest amount of comfort as possible, because under no circumstance, we're trying to get a system that works better and one where we're not, stuck in the mud forever and a day with these things, that we move forward and work towards greater processing.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Latham?
Yeah, thank you. Minister, if you've been watching the inquiry into the playing surface at Allianz Stadium, an issue where you've been involved in the past, how can you still have confidence in the leadership of Venues New South Wales, given its deliberate attempt to mislead our committee by saying silt-contaminated sand caused the problem, when the testing evidence from SportEng, Greenspace, Gilbert Solutions, Dixon Sand and Elite Sand, so that's 5 different credible organisations, clearly shows contaminated turf from Evergreen following the 2021-22 floods at its Windsor turf farm was the problem. And you don't need to be Einstein to work out if a turf farm with the matting underneath floods 4 or 5 times 5 metres underneath, a lot of silt settles, and that silt ended up on the surface at Allianz, causing the failure and ultimately the expense and inconvenience of the full remediation of the ground.
Can I take one more point? Yes. With respect, Mark, I've served on the committee with you. You know that there's a deliberative meeting set down in a few weeks' time to finalise the report in regards to this inquiry. Therefore, there is no report and no findings or recommendations. I accept that you can ask those questions, in your own right, but the conclusions that you've met have not been resolved in the way that you've outlined by the committee.
Well, I haven't pointed to any conclusions. I've pointed to what I regard to be the evidence for public hearings, transcripts of which are now public documents.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Latham, you're more than welcome to refer to the public evidence, as long as you don't mention any conclusive findings. That's fine. Yep.
Haven't and wouldn't. Thank you. Minister.
Well, I forgot what the question was after all that interaction. But look, I can only give you I'll give you the history. I don't accept the way you've described the performance of venues. I have enormous confidence with key people, with venues and its management. The ground at Allianz Stadium was previously not draining as expected. This led to Venues New South Wales undertaking independent investigations to understand the cause of the problem. What has been made clear is that this wasn't a turf issue, but a subsurface drainage issue. And I'm advised that the amount of clay and silt was too high in the sand drainage layer. The recommended solution to this problem was to remove the contaminated sand and replace it with new, uncontaminated sand that meets the drainage rates testing regime. Venues New South Wales set aside a 10-week window to undertake these works, which started immediately following the 2025 Wallabies Argentina Test match. The remediation works are complete and footy is well and truly back at Allianz Stadium. The sports turf used across the Venues New South Wales network is world-class and consistently meets or exceeds a standard set by the sporting codes. Turf fields can be replaced in 2 to 3 days using a state-of-the-art technology and installation techniques and is immediately playable. And Mr. Latham, I mean, you've been part of this whole process. You've seen what we've gone through. You've gone out and witnessed on site. There was the day where you looked at how the whole testing process. I'm still concerned that you still feel it was a turf issue.
Yeah, well, I'm going on the expert advice and testing of 2022 materials by Sportenge, Green Space, Gilbert Solutions, Dixon Sand and Elite Sand and Soil. What's the testing you're referring to in the written material you've just read out?
Well, the testing that occurred.
But who undertook it? And what was the dating of the sample that was used?
Well,
if it's not on your bit of paper, you don't know.
It's on the detail. Well, I can't know the details of every single bit of
well, you should.
The process.
It's a billion-dollar stadium. You're relying on STRI testing. And Minister, do you acknowledge that they only had 2024 samples, not the actual 2022 material that would be reliable?
I acknowledge that the fields aren't flooding anymore.
Yeah, well,
I think that's
you had to replace the whole thing. Shouldn't happen.
So, STRI had access to all of the sampling that was actually done over a long period of time. If you want precise data on what data points they used, I can actually take that question on notice.
Did they have a 2022 sample of the turf and sand?
The 2022 material is actually irrelevant.
Irrelevant?
Because the 2024-25 material that was removed did not function. It was removed and replaced. And it now functions
STRI didn't have
appropriately.
access to the original surface that was placed in the ground from
So
Windsor.
you mentioned Sportenge. Sportenge actually were brought in 2024 with the original flood. Sportenge were the technical advisor to the builder. Their hypothesis was that it was the turf, and so they sought to remove the turf and about 50, 60 millimetres of sand. That didn't solve the problem. We ended up with a flood within 9 months again. So all of that subsurface material, as the Minister flagged, was actually removed. And since that's occurred, the drainage system has actually worked as intended.
Right. Well, Ms Mather, where did you access the turf from?
Evergreen.
At Windsor. And you accept that it flooded 3 or 4 times, 5 metres underneath, and silt would have settled on that turf as the floods dissipated, yes?
Can I clarify that when the rectification was done in 2025, that turf was sourced from Evergreen.
I'm not asking about, I'm asking about 2022.
Under our contract. But in the 2022, that turf was actually procured by John Holland under their procurement arrangements.
Yeah, but
Evergreen.
you kept replacing it and kept using Evergreen because Venues is very close to Evergreen. You kept on using silt-infected turf from Windsor, didn't you?
Sorry?
You kept on using, initially, and as you kept on replacing it, because Evergreen enjoyed all these contracts, the turf product from Windsor that had been subject to heavy flooding and silt contaminating that surface for a number of years.
So, as I said, 2022, the turf that was in place when the stadium, by the time the stadium was actually handed over to us, was procured by John Holland under their
then you replaced it.
contractual
Where did you get
arrangements.
the replacement turf from? Same place.
If I can come back to that, we've obviously spent, lengthy
Answer the
discussions
question if
actually
you can,
discussing
please.
this at the inquiry, and we've presented the evidence before the committee that the turf and the silt did not cause the drainage issue. In fact, the independent expert that was brought in to actually review this provided a specific report on whether the turf could have created the problem, and that report has actually been provided to the committee. I'm happy to hand it up again to this committee if you so wish, but the silt was actually present in the sand, and
No, it wasn't.
the sand actually, that silt and clay bonded together over time to actually compact and inhibit the drainage.
Yeah, I've lived near the Nepean River and I know these floods. Where do you think the silt went as it settled on the Evergreen turf farm at Windsor that you repeatedly used?
So just coming back to
Where do you think the silt went?
Where do I think the silt?
Where do you think it's set?
Order. There's been a point of order. I'll hear the point of order, please.
It's a hypothetical question in terms of
No, it's not. That's
with the
real life.
prospect, Mark, you're the chair of this committee, and you know this intimately, as indeed is our witness here. But to ask the witness to speculate about where the silted grass went, I think it's an unreasonable question, and that's...
Well, to the point of order, Chair, I'm also on that committee. I must say the evidence that the Honourable Mark Latham is putting to the witness is credible, and what the committee heard. The question I would submit to you is in order. The witness may say that she's not unable to answer, but the question is in order.
Look, I think that the witness was about to give her response, and so I will throw to her to give the response that she feels most comfortable with, and just remind her that she can give whatever answer that she sees fit.
Thank you, Chair. So if I can clarify, what you're referring to, Mr Latham, is the Swartinge report that was actually done on the turf to prepare for the maintenance plan. And as part of their report there, they did infiltration testing, which looks at the ability of the water to penetrate the grass. It doesn't look any further at the subsurface layer or the drainage system itself. And they identified a couple of infiltration points that were challenged, which were dealt with in normal maintenance practices.
Minister, isn't it time to sell Venues New South Wales and its stadiums as per the successful private ownership models overseas, of which you've visited in Las Vegas, to raise funds for the South West Sydney Oran Park Metro, recognising the Venues debacle at Allianz and also its commercial failure as an organisation to raise significant revenue other than through food and beverage sales, making it an unacceptable drain on the taxpayer?
No, I don't accept that. I think I'm very proud of the fact that that we have our major stadiums in public hands, so no, I don't think it's time. I don't know how to answer that question to you, Mark.
Well, you can say you
I don't think
disagree.
it's a drain on the public purse. I think it's we provide great facilities. Facilities for, and stadiums for our broader community. I think we're doing Venues does a fantastic job managing them.
Right, a lot of money.
Thank you, the Honourable Nicole Oval.
Thanks, Minister. I'm just wanting to double check.
Can I just check? Clear something with one of your questions previously?
Sure.
Yeah, just in relation, I want to respond to the earlier question about a funding request from Bathurst Regional Council.
Yes.
I'm informed that we did receive a request from the council, and it seems like a reasonable request. So I'll consider it within the next few weeks.
Good on you.
Thanks.
Well done. Now, I'm just wanting to double check with you that you are the Minister for Jobs, yes? Responsible for the $190 million Jobs for New South Wales Fund.
Yeah.
Yet at this estimates last time, apparently it came as a surprise to everyone because no one could answer questions about jobs, and I believe the Honourable Greg Donnelly questioned me about whether it was a set-up or not. Yes, definitely wasn't a set-up. So on jobs and job creation, Minister, we're seeing job losses across the board. Small businesses closing their doors, definitely happening in the regions, government departments, and most recently and devastatingly for Deniliquin and Leeton, Sunrise is moving on 92 staff. So in light of all that, as part of the $190 million Jobs for New South Wales Fund, how much is specifically dedicated to regional job creation, and what are and where can we find your current verified figures on the actual number of jobs created in the regions, at least for the 2024-25 period?
Well, it's interesting you say that we're losing jobs hand over fist. I mean, the current unemployment rate is 4%.
Minister, I'm not here to talk up. It's like,
So,
we are experiencing
making
job
general
losses, and
comment
we're definitely experiencing job losses in regional New South Wales. Sunrise is just one of those most recent examples. So specifically dedicated to regional job creation, as there used to be reported publicly.
Yeah, in terms of regional New South Wales, look at regional New South Wales continues to generate jobs, and there's very low levels of unemployment.
The question, Minister, is how much of that fund is specifically dedicated to regional job creation? And can you point to figures? So, for, you know, I'll give you an example. 2016, 2017, it was reported that 31.5% of the investment went to regional New South Wales and 377 regional jobs were directly created. So can you point us to any specifics?
Well, I'll take that on notice, yeah.
Okay. Because it is a very important one, and you know you could understand why it's viewed as Labor dudding the regions again when you can't even point to figures on how this fund of $190 million supposed to help the regional areas is not working, Minister. But thank you for doing that. I look forward to receiving that information. Now I'll also go to, I know that you're not really across locations of regional beaches.
No, you got me last time.
We've forgiven you for that one.
Lismore surf club.
We'll always have
Lismore's got a beach.
It's like Ingleburn.
It's like Ingleburn.
It's like Wagga Wagga.
Hey, we have
anyway, we move on. But not across regional beaches is one thing. This morning you talked about our surf life-saving clubs, and again stating that they are. Thank you, Mr. Latham. Extremely valuable, I quote, and treasured by our communities.
Yes.
But you've axed club grants funding to surf life-saving clubs that provides direct funding to them, instead making already overstretched councils have to deal with it instead. Why and what's happening with that?
If I may, I think club grants is in Minister Harris's portfolio.
I'm asking about surf life-saving clubs, and the Minister's staff have been contacted about this issue in relation to surf life-saving clubs being axed from this program now. So I'm asking about that specifically.
It's a clubs grants program you're referring to, which is
surf life-saving clubs have now been cut out of those grants.
Yeah.
So I'm asking for your perspective on why. Have you advocated? Will you advocate, considering you've said that they're treasured by our communities, they're extremely valuable? This is critical direct funding that these surf life-saving clubs will no longer have access to.
Well, I think since we've been in government, and I think it was even as an election commitment, our support for surf life-saving clubs has been quite large. We've got an annual grant program that's been thrown around to now in relation to those particular grant fund. I mean that's a matter for the Minister Harris. So maybe it's good to ask him that question in relation.
Well, perhaps you might also take it up with him on behalf of the Surf Lifesaving Clubs Minister, because you're talking about your other grant. You've only had an uplift of just over 50,000. To it this year. So the life-saving clubs are going to miss out and be quite dramatically impacted when the grants are between 50,000 and 300,000 through this particular facility that's no longer there, that's been taken away. So if you can
look
take
into that
with,
and come back to you at the Harris hearing.
I'm not at that hearing, so therefore, if
I
I can...
Report,
That's right, it's like I may well be now. Yes, if you are able to look into that further from your perspective, Minister, noting that it is so important for these clubs to have that access to that funding. One more quick one from me, please, about Crown lands and the statutory obligation under the Rural Fires Act 1997 to prevent bushfires and to minimise the spread on and from Crown land. Good neighbours that you like to spruik as well. What percentage of the 2,100 kilometres of Crown land fire tracks and trails would be considered to provide safe access for firefighting?
Yeah, in terms of percentage, I'll get Joe to dig out a note on that. Yeah, I mean, I think you appreciate we did step up the funding in terms of fire trails from 2023 when we formed government, and I've continued to do that and continued to get the adequate funding to maintain our fire trails throughout that whole period. But Joe might want to go in terms of the percentiles.
Yeah, sure. And I think to the Minister's point, you're precise there, Ms Overall, 2,120 kilometres. Based on the 2024-2025 annual inspections program, the following fire trail standards are 27% or 575 Ks are in good condition, generally serviceable, safe to use, and either meet or only require minor works to meet the standard. 36%, or 767 kilometres, are in a fair condition, serviceable but require moderate to major works to meet the standard. 31%, 660 kilometres, are in a poor condition, do not meet the standard and require significant renewal or reconstruction. 6%, or 118 kilometres, were not inspected in the 2024-2025 cycle, and Crown Lands continues to provide upgrades and maintenance across the fire trail network in line with risk-based priorities and available government funding.
Okay, I'll have more questions about that, but I'll come back to them, so I'll hand on to my colleague.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Minister, I commend your work on the New South Wales Faith Affairs Council, and in light of that, I make reference to many churches, including Anglican, Orthodox, Catholic and other places of worship, such as synagogues, require significant capital works due to their age, particularly older heritage buildings. Minister, what grant programs are currently available through your portfolio to assist with these works, to help places of worship undertake repairs, heritage restoration, safety upgrades and accessibility works?
Yeah, there isn't a defined grants program for those types of works. We do have safety and security funding for places of worship, which we've been rolling out over the last number of 3 years. Yep. So yeah, that's what's there. And in many respects, I mean, if there's certain support that's required, we have tended to look at things on an ad hoc basis, given based on budgetary
constraints.
Budgetary constraints. Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you. Minister, could you advise how much in capital works grants has been allocated to such religious groups and each group over the last 3 financial years?
Take that on notice. We'll just take that on notice, yeah. I think, I get right through. But we could
Minister, have you seen... Have you seen firsthand through your community engagement and your visits to such places of worship about these requirements that the community are needing to manage?
I have, and I have looked to support where I can, especially. I remember when early on there was a need of a particular Buddhist facility. I can't remember. I made an effort to actually find special funding to assist them. It's just this beautiful place of worship. But the Safe Place for Faith Communities grants program is the predominant amount of funding that we've had available for places of worship.
Okay, thank you. So if you could take on notice, maybe.
Yeah, which was $15 million. Okay. Up to $15 million.
Thank you. Minister, I take you to the announced redevelopment of Cars Park in the Premier's electorate. Minister, I understand construction was due to commence this month in the Premier's own seat on the Premier's own promise. Minister, on what date did site works begin and what date does the pool open to the public?
Look, it's expected that the pool's completion probably late 27 is when it should be. Project completion and handover to George River Count probably late 27 is a completion. What was the other question? When it commenced this month. Yeah, I believe it's commenced.
And I can also help the committee with a little more detail there. I have the access to the Public Works project team. The Minister's not privy to. The contractor actually took site possession in the last 7 days, and we expect commencement in the very, very near future.
Thank you. So just to confirm, to date, there's been no construction, there's been no commencement of works, no works done on the pool?
Correct. In terms of substantial construction, there's been preliminary works, geotechnical investigations, site investigations, but the primary principal contractor who will be procuring the pool took possession of the site just within the last 7 to 10 days.
7 to 10 days, yeah. And what's the construction cost of that pool that redevelopment?
Well, the overall project.
The total project cost is $63.5 million.
Wow.
$63.5 million. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Was there an announcement on when that work was going to be complete?
Was there an announcement on the completion?
Yeah.
I believe so. What the Minister said is correct. The intention is for the project to open summer next year, so the final quarter of the calendar year.
Thank you. Minister, if we could look at the Learn to Swim program, I understand the budget provision for this program. There's been a change in that. I think it was $5 million. It might be $1 million now. Minister, in the current budget papers, I can't see a figure for this program. What is the future of Learn to Swim program for New South Wales kids?
Are you talking about the one that replaced the First Love vouchers? Is that the program you're referring to?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Now, that's just completed 2 years now of funding. There's $3 million each year. It's been quite successful and well appreciated, especially within those communities in great need of learning swimming skills and many regional communities as well. That's currently under assessment now to see where, in terms of where we move forward from
Thank you.
the next year.
So, Minister, in terms of the budget papers now, there's no money for Learn to Swim.
Well, there's money within our budget to actually spend money on.
And what's the amount of that?
Well, we're currently assessing. We're currently assessing the last 2 years, and we're looking at how we will move forward. And we'll advise that in due course.
So we don't have a dollar value we can put on this, just in the mix somewhere?
Look, you know, one
what do we
would
say
think
to
it
the
would be,
kids and the
one would
families
think it'd be
out
fairly
there?
similar to where it was. Yeah.
I think
Minister,
future
if we
programs
could-
will be informed by the evaluation that's underway at the moment.
So there's no Learn to Swim programs for New South Wales kids. Could I take you to Active Kids? I understand in the last year of the universal scheme, every school child was eligible. Minister, under your program, eligibility is gated to family tax benefit A. How many children used a voucher in 2025-26? And how many used one in the final year of the universal program?
Look, I mean, those numbers I can get to you. Just basically in relation to in relation to the swimming lessons too, the Active Kids voucher can be used for swim lessons as well. So I thought I'd just clear up.
Okay, thank
Clear
you.
that. Look. The previous government had left no funds for Active Kids after the 30th of June 23. Let's just make that clear. You know, so it was there was nothing moving forward, and furthermore, after an evaluation of the program, we found some interesting outcomes. Children in the highest socioeconomic quartile redeemed more than double vouchers than those in the lowest socioeconomic quartile. Now, let's just say, for argument's sake, they were going to continue the program as is. That is $800 million over 4 years. They wanted to spend $800 million on an inflationary sugar hit to supplement the income of those in the top 25%.
Thank you.
That's
thank
the
you, Minister.
opposites.
I thank you
that
for,
was the opposition's
I thank
cost
you
of
for
living
your
strategy.
notes. Minister,
Yeah.
how do you respond to families that come up to you and talk of the cost of living pressures, and the first thing they've cut are the kids' sporting clubs and the sporting fees?
Yeah, well, let's just make it clear.
This is all over New South Wales.
It wasn't moving forward anyway, so I didn't cut anything. It wasn't put. It wasn't in the forward-leaning budget that was left by your previous government.
Yes.
So there was no cuts. I actually introduced a new
There was
voucher system
there was a universal voucher.
There was, but it was cut. There was no future funding for it. So, you know, you're not coming from a position where there was something that we were going to maintain. You were never going to maintain it if you form starting government, because a number of times it was rejected in terms of the.
But Minister,
the future
do you recognise the value of sport? You know, to young people in communities. You know, it's a great equaliser. Team.
Of course, and our participation levels under the current scheme have been.
And kids are dropping out.
Kids, they're not.
Mum and Dad can't afford the sport.
We
used to have a voucher.
We've had very, very good participation rates right through the period under the new system. Okay. Your argument doesn't necessarily translate to outcomes.
So to the families doing it tough out there in the cost of living, we're having the discussion here today. We want to keep the kids in the sporting clubs. We understand the value. I put it to the Minister here today.
Yeah, we've continued to actually provide support to those families, and as you said yourself, if the family takes a entitlement, we've continued to provide a voucher and support to those families.
To my colleague.
Thank you. Minister, just in the couple of minutes I've got left, I just wanted to ask you, the Coffs Jetty foreshores, can you explain briefly what the project is and how many people will benefit in the community?
Yeah, essentially it's a renewal of the foreshore site there. There's a site that's across the road. The site is next to, is pretty much on the railway tracks there at Coffs. And then there's a road and there's the greater foreshore. Yeah. It's fairly much sitting dormant, and there's an opportunity to provide housing and short-term accommodation and some and other offerings to support tourism and the hospitality industry there. That's the concept there, and plus any of the whatever revenues can be generated from that proposal will be put back into maintaining the foreshore.
So in terms of all those benefits then that the community would get if that development went ahead, could you explain what the hold-up is in the planning rezoning approval?
Well, it's currently still under...
It's under assessment.
It's under assessment still, yeah.
Okay, so obviously it sounds like the government's supportive of it. I believe the local members supportive of it. Is everybody supportive of the project?
Well, there's, in terms of who do you mean in terms of the local community?
I can tell
from a local government perspective, the local government has been supportive.
Yep. The local members supportive. You're supportive.
Yeah, obviously on the ground there's parts of the community that weren't. There was a poll that was conducted within the local government, the last local government election, which I felt that the way it was described was a little bit
unfair.
Unfair, yeah. But whatever the case, we're waiting for planning to make that final decision, and we'll move forward on that.
Thank you.
I might go to Ms. Kate Fairman. First, it's 5 minutes per crossword.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Chair. Good morning, just 1 minute, Minister. Minister, I wanted to turn to the New South Wales Multicultural Advisory Board and ask you who instructed that Captain Mona Shindi be removed from the board? Where did the direction come from?
Yeah. Where did the recommendation come from, did you say?
Direction.
The direction?
My word.
Essentially, that was a decision that I made at the end. But I did have... look, can I go through the history of it? Can I go through the history of it?
But I assume you also had conversations with the Premier, considering it was the Secretary of the Premier's Department that joined that meeting with Captain Shindi.
Yeah, I can't recall having a conversation with the Premier myself in relation to it.
Did anybody from your office?
I have to take that on notice. I'm not sure who spoke to it.
No,
but
did you?
But I spoke with the Secretary of the Premier's Department and Captain Shindi, giving her an opportunity to explain her actions.
Did an initial request or phone call come from the Premier's department in the first instance, or his office, or was it you that initiated that?
I'm the one who saw the media content in question, and that was done through basic probity checks, which I undertook.
Okay, back to you, Minister.
Yeah, well, that was the history. It came back through James, and you know, some
So
of
on
that
what
media
basis?
content
On
we
what
found
basis?
quite
On what
disturbing.
basis, Minister Kamper, was that determination made to remove Captain Mona Shindi, who has a retired naval officer, 2015 National Telstra Businesswoman of the Year. She was the Chief of Navy's Strategic Advisor on Islamic Cultural Affairs, the first Muslim woman in the role. On what basis did you make the determination to request that she step down from the Multicultural New South Wales Advisory Board?
And I acknowledge everything you said about Mona in terms of her history, and that's one of the reasons I was.
So it must have been a really big deal to ask her to step down.
Quite excited about her appointment initially. I mean, that's the position I had. But I don't really want to go into all of the details in relation.
Well, I think the public has a right to know about this. Yeah. I mean, this was, and in fact, her community, as to why you made the decision to remove this very distinguished Muslim woman from the Multicultural New South Wales Advisory Board, because her appointment was going to be announced, wasn't it? She was working on the media release, but it was put off because of the sensitivities of the Bondi attack, which, you know, that is interesting in itself, as to why a couple of days later her appointment could not have been announced. But then,
can I just clear that up? All hands on deck after the Bondi event. We were all over the place trying to work and focus on the recovery.
Because of
and
all
so
hands
I don't like where you're leading that conversation, because it's, you know, at the end of the day, there were delays because of that. But you got to appreciate that period. Ms. Fenton, was a very difficult
Minister.
period.
So why was she? So here's the reason. 2 reposts on LinkedIn, 2 reposts of articles regarding Israel and the impact of the war on Gaza. One discussing Israel's Mossad agency. 2 reposts. After she was spoken with about those, she acknowledged and she deleted those reposts. Why did you see fit? What on earth? What is the reason why you, as Minister, instructed that this incredibly qualified woman was asked to step down?
It might be for me to...
I'm
Sorry,
asking the Minister. I can speak to you this afternoon.
The conspiratory stuff that was platformed was, I felt, in bad taste, and it really concerned me that, you know, a person that's been appointed
for Multicultural New South
hang on,
Wales.
let me finish. From Multicultural New South Wales Board, yes, to be platforming that type of information, and that made me feel extremely uncomfortable at the time, and we actually provided an opportunity for Cindy to actually make a statement. And,
Thank you. The Honourable John Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Hi, John.
Minister, do you think that culture should be something that arises spontaneously from the people, or should it be something that is imposed from on high by the state?
So do I think culture should be something imposed on the people?
Yes.
Or
should it be something that just arises naturally from the people and the state doesn't have any interest in trying to direct culture?
I think culture evolves.
I agree with that. Yeah. It evolves, right. Okay. But, I mean, you are spending about $80 million a year on the Department of Multiculturalism, which means that the state is trying to steer the culture. Or the state could. The alternative would be we don't spend the $80 million and we just let it arise naturally. Because when the state dictates the culture, then the state dictates it for political reasons.
I totally disagree, Mr. Ruddock. It's, you know, the money that we spend, it's about celebrating our multicultural communities And, you know, I think, number one, you know, are we in denial that we are not a multicultural community?
We're multi-ethnic, but we can have one culture.
But whatever the case, I think as a society, and we as a nation is probably recognised as having one of the, you know, finest multicultural communities in the world. And why wouldn't we celebrate that? Why wouldn't we celebrate all of the elements within our...
But why do we need the government to spend $80 million a year on directing this? Why can't we save the $80 million and just let the culture arise spontaneously? Because we're picking winners and losers when we're handing out all this money.
Look...
And there's strings comes attached to it. When you receive a grant, then you've got to do other things to keep the government happy.
Look, I don't accept that. I think it's important that we continue to celebrate our diversity and celebrate all elements of it. Let me just explain to you. I'm a product of the 60s. And I'm from a migrant background.
And your parents would have come here under the policy of assimilation. They were encouraged to become Australians, to be proud to be Australians.
But we're very proud, very proud of our Greek heritage at the same time.
Here you are as a minister, so that's a good thing.
And I'm extremely proud of my Greek heritage, and I do like it when it's celebrated. I do appreciate it. I do feel like a greater Australian.
I think that's great.
I do feel like a greater Australian when the broader Australian community celebrates our Greek heritage too. So I mean, it's part having a society, a cohesive society, is about appreciating everyone for who they are and their backgrounds. And there's nothing negative about that, Mr. Ruddock.
Yes, but Minister, with the anecdote you just shared us about you growing up, you didn't need your parents didn't need a government grant to tell you that that you want to respect your Greek heritage, because the policy at the time was saying, look, if you come here from a foreign country, you're expected to become an Australian, and you did. Now we're not doing that now. We've got this reverse policy.
You know what I appreciated as a kid, Mr. Ruddock?
Coming to Australia.
I tell you what I appreciated as a kid. When I went to, it was called Miranda Fair back then, and I watched Gough Whitlam speak when I was a 10-year-old child, and promote our ethnic communities and embrace me. I felt connected. I felt connected. I felt like I was part of Australian society. Shortly after I listened to Gough Whitlam, was inspired by that, and I'll continue to promote multiculturalism, continue to do it.
Well, I think you can do that, sir, without...
This is down in the Shire in the 60s.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Yeah, but don't forget, Gough's seat was where I used to extend around.
I know a little bit about it.
You know better than me.
But I don't think there was much multiculturalism in the Shire.
No, but he embraced our things.
Anyway, it was on
story time with Uncle Kamper.
Hang on, now we're eating into my time. Now I have a question.
Order. I mean, I'm loath to interrupt because I'm enjoying the exchanges, but I wonder if someone at some stage would like to ask the Minister a question in one of his portfolio areas.
The Honourable John Ruddock has 45 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Kane. My question is to James Jegasathi, the Chief Executive of Multicultural New South Wales. Now, there is a group called the British Australian Community, which describes itself as the multicultural organisation that champions the safety and interests of Anglo-Celtic Australians. Now, those people have not applied for any funding from your department. Would you encourage them to apply for funding, and would there be any impediments to them getting funding, and what benefits are available for them if they do want to be part of this sloshing money around?
Do you need to declare a conflict of interest? There's nothing preventing them from applying, absolutely.
Okay, good. And what benefits could they, what would be the maximum benefits if they wanted to take money off the state? What would be available for them?
Well, they can apply for their own event or a project, and I'm sure if they'd like to share more about their culture with others in a different place, that would be a wonderful thing for our democracy.
Well, great. Well, I will pass that on. I mean, we do want to abolish your department, but while it's here, we may as well...
Thank you, Mr. Ruddock. Thank you. Your time is
Thank you for the question.
The Honourable Mark Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, still wearing your multicultural hat, do you support the proposal for the Jewish Community Safety Group to carry handguns and to provide security at Jewish public events, community events, that's under consideration by the government?
Look, I really haven't formed an opinion in relation to that. I think it's something that matter for the police to actually consider.
the police say they're opposed
obviously
to
their
it
community
for-
safety is important, and it was it's something that was floated shortly after the after Bondi.
It's floated now.
And it was, but it was, you know, obviously, I'm personally of the opinion we should be able to protect our community, and that's why, you know, Bondi was so devastating and such a failure, Mark. And I've got to say, you know, we talk about what happened during that period, but from all of us that had to confront and deal with this, Joe, James, all of our crew, the impact it had on we still probably haven't gotten through it properly, and we're still working on it. And issues like this, you can instantly say, well, yeah, maybe we should provide that, but maybe we should be working closer with our police to be able to provide that at a greater level.
You're aware the police and the Police Association have come out against the proposal, saying it's their job to provide security at these community events, and obviously at Bondi we would have wanted more police there with more powerful weapons, that's obvious. Yeah. So you're not in favour of the Jewish community safety group having their own handguns?
I'm in favour of the Jewish community being safe and being armed at static locations, yes.
You're not in favour of that?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you are in favour, in community events in public places?
At static locations they are.
Well, they currently look after schools and synagogues, but we're now talking about community events like the Hanukkah event and all that. Do you favour that, the extension of their role with handguns at public events in community spaces?
Look, as I said earlier on, Mr Latham, that's a matter for the police. I'm in favour of us being able to, as a society, our police being able to protect our Jewish community, just like and protect every community.
Okay, thank you. Do you regard Sydney as an anti-Semitic city?
No, I don't. Look, I think anti-Semitism is something that you can't brand a whole city as anti-Semitic, but
well, some of the media do.
You know, we've seen some incredibly horrible anti-Semitic. We saw the most horrible anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi on the 14th of December. So, you know, there's elements there that are anti-Semitic, and there's elements there that...
On that, I've been putting questions to the Police Minister on the notice paper about the nature of Bondi and other incidents in the city. And it's become clear that the New South Wales Police have classified Bondi as an ISIS attack, more than strictly anti-Semitic. Do you support that classification, that the motivation of the two terrorists was from ISIS? Which is not a supporter of Palestine, which is not a supporter of nationalist movements.
Yeah, look.
You're getting an answer from listeners.
Yeah, I am. I'm actually getting support from you know, really high quality public servants, and I appreciate it. I just want you to know that I do appreciate their support, because they're all fantastic.
If I was you, I would too.
Every single one of them for being here today with me.
Sure. But do you support that classification? Was it strictly speaking an ISIS attack?
Look, I'm not going to pass judgment. This matters before the courts now. It's been evaluated before the courts. Let that go through its process.
Okay, and the Police Minister in the data that she's presented has made clear that the New South Wales Police haven't classified a serious, homegrown, anti-Semitic attack on property and personnel in Sydney through this period. The attacks have been orchestrated by organised crime, as we know, the Dural Caravan, and also the two people at the hospital who made that video. So do you accept that the anti-Semitic hype of, say, the Murdoch media is massively exaggerated in this context?
I'm not...
Sydney is a pretty safe city for the Jewish community, all other things being equal.
Yeah, I thought it was very safe before. I thought it was very safe too before the 14th of December, Mark. I mean, at the end of the day, there's
anti-Semitism, because it's been classified as an ISIS attack, and obviously we get rid of hate preachers who cultivate ISIS sentiments, then that'd be helpful.
Yeah, let the classification be you know, let that be established in the courts.
Okay, thank you.
Minister, you've got 5 minutes left with me. Just going back to the Crown Land Amendment Bill, when we were last speaking, you mentioned that there will be some amendments now that come forward as part of the government's bill. Are you able to give us any kind of indication around what some of those amendments will change to help make this bill less concerning, I suppose, for those Aboriginal land councils?
Yeah, it's a bit of a moving feast at the moment. We're continuing to engage, and there's obviously been some really valid arguments that have been made, where we could have situations of unexpected outcomes or potential. We wanted some greater clarity around it and honing down the language to a point where it's specific to what we're trying to achieve. With that process is continuing to happen. Joe's probably more familiar with the last few.
So exactly where the process is
I've only got
and
a
where it's
couple of
heading.
minutes.
Yeah, but he's working on that.
Brilliant.
Those
Okay,
specific
and
things.
I might have a further conversation with you a little bit later, just because I've got a
Through the
couple
Minister,
more
I can
questions.
help with your question.
Yeah, and I might come back to you in the afternoon if that's all right.
Minister.
I've only got 3.5 minutes. Minister, in regards to the determination of the land claims, and you mentioned before as well that there was about 43,000 sitting and waiting. I understand that there's been a significant slowdown in the processing of those in the last 12 months. Is that your understanding as well?
No, there's not a slowdown in the processing of the land claims. The land claims team that's there in place and the number of staff it's been as significant as it's ever been. Last year they processed, and I want to acknowledge the Aboriginal land and strategy team for the work they do. They do an incredible job, particularly in recent times under trying circumstances. They've processed over 179 claims and resolved 57 of those were granted or in part granted.
And we've committed to
over 16
since June.
1,600.
Has there any been done since June?
Yes.
Since June this year?
Yep.
Can I get those?
I can give you the specifics in terms of the ones that have been approved since June. The minister doesn't approve those. I approve those in certain areas.
Yeah,
But
if I could get the number of claims that have been approved since June this year, and if I'm happy for you to come back this afternoon with me if you don't have that right in front of you.
Happy to. But I don't want there to be a misconception that the department has gone slow in terms of the processing of land claims. The challenge, and the minister talked before about the raw numbers. Land claims are very, very complicated, and often the prioritisation of land claims is done in consultation with Newswalk and the local Aboriginal land councils. So if they've asked us or steered us towards more complex ones that they've asked us to prioritise, they're the ones that we're working on.
Okay, yeah. The question was just, has there been a slowdown? And if I could get the number of...
there's also been an additional funding and resources.
That was going to be my next question, Minister, because I note that the Audit Office previously made recommendations all the way back in 2022 around the need for additional targeted resourcing to get through the backlog of those claims. Can you, Minister, give me a bit more information about the resourcing, where it's currently at and how that's increased?
There's been an additional increase of an extra $1.5 million in over 2 years to actually fund.
And for that, is that money for staffing to allow for those claims to get through faster?
No, technically that money is to undertake work to improve our processes. We have done restructures within the department to put more people onto that program of work. We also have a relationship through the Closing the Gap funding to develop a program of land use activation. Just realising a land claim is a good thing in and of itself, but what we really want to do as part of our Closing the Gap commitment is to see that land claim from realisation into the LAUC to the development of land for social or economic purposes. So it's actually a more sophisticated program of work that is occurring over the last couple of years.
And from the Closing of the Gap perspective, if there's one area
one of
where
the
we've
four
actually
targets on track.
4 targets on track has been land claims.
Yep.
And with the current rate and with the current resources, is there a prediction as to how long it's going to take to resolve the existing backlog?
No, it's a hypothetical question in a sense because of the complexities that sit around each and every land claim, and there's numerous land claims on the same parcel of land.
Okay.
And it's not a fixed number. Land claims can be put on at any point in time, so it's a continuous number. Yep.
Just to throw, I've only got 15 seconds, so I'll just throw one in quickly to you, Minister. I wanted to ask, are you aware of any Crown land that's been allocated or designated for recreational hunting in the last 12 months?
I can take the specifics of that on notice, Ms. Hurst, or we can come back to it this afternoon if that's
if you
helpful.
can. Thank you. The Honourable Rachel Merton.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Minister, if I, at the last estimates hearing, You told the committee that the Safe Places for Faith Communities program was, quote, continuing. Yet, according to the latest media release on the program issued back in December, you expressly described it as the third and final round. Minister, do you stand by that statement?
Well, it was continuing when I made that statement at the last budget estimates. We've continued to fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Minister, at the last estimates, when you were pressed on committing to additional rounds of funding, you also stated that will be a budget decision moving forward. Considering the budget has come and gone, why haven't we had an announcement on the future of the program?
Safe places for fun. Well, you've completed the grant program. Yeah. The grant, safe places for fun. Sorry, I missed that. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, right. No, well, so I exhausted all that funding. At this stage, there hasn't been a commitment.
The $50 million commitment has now been completed over 3 years, and it's been 355 different projects that have now been funded. The final number of projects are now just being finalised, and we're hoping to get all of those works completed by June next year.
Thank you. So there is funding in the 2026-27 budget for another round of Safe Places grants?
No, we have now completed the final round.
No, we've completed the whole program.
Okay, so there's nothing in this budget. There's nothing currently available for Safe Places.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. What were you making reference to? Sorry.
Oh, that's the completion of all the funding that was committed over those years.
Progress of rolling it out and managing the whole program.
Okay.
And the allocation.
So if that's been completed and we're about to do sort of the list of who got what, just confirm there's nothing in the 2026-27 budget for Safe Places. When will the next round open? Is this sort of in future planning?
Oh, well, we're looking and we're reviewing the historical program, and we'll look at that moving forward.
Minister, given that you said back in March the program would be continuing, and we've established here today that the budget's empty on this, was that an accurate record?
You said you were considering it. Yeah, well, look, the budget, the funding was continuing at that time when we spoke. It's now completed. Where obviously it doesn't mean that it's all. As you know how the grant systems work. You know, there's timing factors and the rollout. But the rollout's complete in terms of that funding, and we'll consider moving forward.
So what did that funding provide to sort of religious faith communities? Safe Places for Faith Communities program. What
pretty much security. Activities, I'll detail it the way it is here. Activities funded under the program include upgrades to security systems and infrastructure, incident management, first aid training, and safety and wellbeing support services. Now, depending on the character of what was being proposed, you know, whether it fit into that.
So just given the issues around security and what we hear today relating to some of the religious communities and faith groups, what's filling that need now? Is this the government meeting this in another way?
The government can.
Yeah, well,
we're continuing to work with faith communities to understand their needs. In fact, with the current program being undertaken and the works being done, it's giving us an opportunity to have a better picture of what the security needs are. And of course, they're different in different places. You know, sometimes it's a small church requiring some small locks being put in place, and other times there are larger security concerns. And some of those security concerns are, of course, being matched by those communities as well.
Yeah, thank you. And Minister, did you submit a budget bid to extend the program?
We're considering it. Yeah,
but in terms of the budget here that we're examining today, did you submit a budget bid?
No, but we are considering it moving forward.
So no budget bid was put forward for you to extend the program. Minister, did you personally raise the continuation of the program with the Premier?
I can't recall personally bringing that up with the Premier. I mean, we constantly, I have lots of conversations with the Premier. Generally, as you all know, we're pretty good mates too. So
I appreciate that, yeah.
We have a variety of conversations. I may have touched on some of it, and then talking in a future text, whether we would look at something in the future. I could have had those conversations.
We have only. I was going to say, just to add some more detail, we've only recently made the funding that's for the projects right now, and as I sort of suggested before, they'll now be going underway and hopefully be finished by the end of this financial year. But in this time, we'll be able to assess, and perhaps this is a matter more for the 27-28 budget.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I mean, obviously, there's. From my personal perspective, I think the program was excellent, and it really supported many of those faith communities and their facilities. And it wasn't just about big ticket items either. I think James was right when he said that there was small bits and pieces that made so much of a difference, and a lot of times even that the surveillance equipment and whatever, the cameras, they were very, very much appreciated. I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from
thank you.
And we will move forward, but I think what James said again correctly was that last amount's just been expended now, and
this was an election commitment that's now been completed.
Yeah, so we'll look to the future in relation.
Minister, did you personally raise the continuation of the program with the Treasurer?
I don't think I did. No.
The Finance Minister?
I just said to you, we're going to review, start a new program at some stage. It wasn't an annual thing. It was a fixed amount of dollars that was part of a commitment. We've rolled it out over 3 years. We'll look at another program moving forward.
There's also a matter of timing. We know that the federal government has also announced a number of security grants coming after Bondi, and also all the terrible incidents that took place last year that affected a number of communities. And of course, all of that involves work from those communities and those faith groups. And it's about not adding that extra pressure on them in a simultaneous way.
Yeah, and that's correct. James, is very good that you brought that point up. There has been large $120 million that's been allocated by
federal
the feds,
funding.
by federal
Today's
funding.
New South Wales.
No, I know, but it's going to New South Wales communities. So
just in reference
so
to
let's not
New
forget
South
that
Wales
as well. I
budget.
know you don't like to talk about the feds. I know that, but
your friends. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, in many respects, there are funds flowing for those types of facilities over that year.
And Minister, I'm not asking for you to disclose cabinet deliberations on this, but whether you, as the Minister for Multiculturalism, did you advocate for the continuation of this program?
Well, I support a new program. A replacement program, but
replacement.
Yeah, okay. I do advocate for that. Now, when the timing of that is going to be, we're working through that.
Yeah. And further to what you were saying, as we sit here today, can a church, mosque, synagogue, temple, or other faith organisations facing a new security threat apply to Multicultural New South Wales for a security grant or some assistance?
I think we're always open to listen to every group, and if there's particular issues and we have to make ad hoc support because of urgency, we'll do that. We saw how we've done that post Bondi, and we'll continue to.
Yeah. Can we provide more detail about what specific New South Wales government funding program presently replaces Safe Places for Faith schools for an organisation needing such items as what you've mentioned, CCTV?
Yeah, we've yet to establish the new program.
Reinforced doors.
Yeah, we've yet to establish a new program.
Security lighting.
If I may also add, look, usually with grant rounds of all government, they're usually set at particular times, and those grant rounds are set in advance and they're advertised. A recent grant round has just been completed. Those people who are successful applicants are now going through their projects, which takes some time because there might be capital works, fixes and all the things that are required. The next grant round has not been set as yet, and that decision will be made.
But I think we've established here today that there's no funding for the continuation of the program.
Not in this current budget.
Correct. So let's be clear on this. To those groups out there, the cultural groups, the faith groups managing security concerns, today there's nothing available. There's no funding available.
Can I just say,
There's goodwill.
We brought forward the funding post Bondi to, after a lot of the community groups, the concerns amongst the community groups. So it's kind of like expiring earlier because of that. So let's put that on record.
Yep. Thank you to my colleague.
Thank you, Minister. I have many, many more questions for you, but I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear that I'll finalise my last few. Just coming back to the point about the fire trails in fair and poor conditions, so as you just stated, that would be as much as 67%. How many of them will be remediated in time for the fire season that's going to commence in a few weeks' time?
Miss Overall, can I? Yeah. Sorry, through you, Minister.
Okay for you?
It's an operational one, so I can assist. So, firstly, thank you for your question and your interest in this space. I think the work that our team does in partnership with RFS,
just please
Land
get
Services,
to the question.
We are administering that $8.4 million that's available in the current funding round, and we're a part of a briefing the other day in terms of hazard.
Poster, I bring you to the question, please. Can you tell me how many of the 67% will be remediated in time for the fire season?
I can take the specifics on notice in terms of the...
If you take that on notice, the specifics,
and sorry, Ms Hurst, just one more before. We tabled a document that related to the...
No, I'm sorry, this is my time.
No, but just through the chair, we tabled a document before that contains sensitive information about customer ID, BSB, and also account information. We'd just like to take that document back and then we'll address that sensitive information.
This is my time. This is my time. Thank you. That's fine, but this is my time. Minister, there's been a cut to Destination New South Wales this financial year. Is that correct? How much?
Oh, there's been there's been a cut. There's some say there's
$30.6 million.
Table the document. You make sure.
Is it 30.6? You said I can't remember.
And where have those cuts been made and why?
Just make sure that it's 30.6.
Change it. It's too late, mate. You've got to know what you're doing. It's tabled.
Again, if you need to take it on notice, because I would like some specific information about that, please, Minister.
Yeah, it's, I mean, Destination New South Wales budget. Look, there's tough times ahead. We've been
we know
working,
there's tough times ahead, but this is lots of critical programs for tourism and in the regions as well. So
the budget that we got, I'm very, very satisfied that we're able to.
You're satisfied that you'll be able to have the long-term viability of Destination New South Wales given these ongoing cuts?
Yeah, the Destination New South Wales budget is adequate to cover the all of our to cover whatever we require to cover the content, to cover operational,
well, it'll certainly be
marketing.
It'll certainly be able to cover it when you're making.
We're not interfering with it.
Staff redundant as well. 12 senior executives redundant over the past 18 months out of a total of 16. So I guess if you're having staff cuts 16? And cutting the program, that will be viable because there'll be barely anyone left to pay. But thank you. If you could get that for me on notice, Minister, I would appreciate that. A final quick two for me, very, very quickly. You enjoyed your visit to the Lake Keep at Wilderluxe glamping tents in January?
That's wonderful, wasn't it?
Was it wonderful?
What a beautiful waterway.
What a wonderful thing. And did you know that it was funded by the Regional Tourism Activation Fund that under our Nationals Liberals government was $180 million that invested in such infrastructure?
It's great that at least you're promoting your previous government.
Yes, exactly. So I just want to know, Minister, from your perspective, what sort of funding, is there anything similar in such a regard that's providing for wonderful regional tourism to this degree that we did fund?
I'm not the minister that's responsible for those types of investments, and you know that. But I have enormous appreciation for how important
Enormous
our regional
appreciation, but not much money
communities
for
are
it,
from a tourism perspective.
One final...
The Reflections is a Crown Land operations.
Crown Land Manager. Category count. Doing a terrific job.
Doing a terrific job.
Exactly. It's like, and we've got to keep funding those terrific regional tourism initiatives, don't we? One final one. You cancelled the drone show in 2025 because of the costs and concerns around safety and crowd management. What was the cost of the failed drone shows this year?
I think, look, appreciate the cancellation of the drone show was for, essentially, it was all about public safety. I think that was...
Absolutely, yes.
So we made that decision. In terms of the cost, I might... don't have it. I might
cost to the
Karen.
We've got Karen here from Destination New South Wales to talk through the ongoing...
I don't need talk through, I just need what the figure was.
The figure is commercial in confidence around the drone show.
Okay, well, we'll get to that. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Fang.
Thank you.
But we will come back to that.
Ms Mather, if you could make your way up, please. And I've got a question for the Minister while Ms Mather is coming up. Minister, in terms of the Football for Schools program, you've said it was an election commitment. Can you indicate who in Labor made that commitment? Who proposed it as an election commitment?
I can't recall that. I wasn't the Shadow Minister at the time for sport.
No, I appreciate that.
So
were you on the Shadow ERC when you made the commitment?
No.
You weren't? Okay. So you're not aware of where the proposal came from?
Haggerty.
No, I'm not aware of it. I mean, it was something that was introduced, and as you know, it's been administered through education.
I'm very well aware of who's administering it. I was just wondering who might have made the election commitment. Ms Mather, you'll recall a couple of weeks ago we had a hearing in terms of the Allianz inquiry. I asked you about the specifications for the testing. Now, you gave us, and I'll paraphrase, that you effectively said that the wrong testing method had been specified. Is that the answer that you... Is that a correct paraphrasing of your answer?
It's quite a reasonable paraphrasing, but the STRI independent expert actually determined that the wrong testing had actually been used.
So I've gone back through all of the evidence, and here's what I've determined. Is it the case that PricewaterhouseCoopers was engaged by Venues New South Wales to develop the project scope for the Allianz? Is that correct?
No.
So who did engage PricewaterhouseCoopers?
I think it was before my time, but I think it was Infrastructure New South Wales. We weren't responsible for the processes and documentation associated with the stadium construction delivery.
Okay, so Venues didn't have a hand in providing to PricewaterhouseCoopers any advice about what they wanted with all Infrastructure New South Wales?
I understand from reading the review provided by STRI, because they conducted a full investigation.
Yes.
We provided them with, I think, something like 500 historic and current documents testing data.
Okay.
And they identified the discrepancy.
Okay, so PricewaterhouseCoopers specified a testing method in their project document. Is that correct?
Sorry, PricewaterhouseCoopers, yes, as I understand it, yes.
Now, the testing method that was eventually used was different, and that was done by John Holland under contract to Infrastructure New South Wales, correct?
You're asking a lot of questions that I can see that you've just sent through a list of supplementary questions to the parliamentary inquiry today, and these are consistent actually with those.
They are.
So I would prefer
But I have you now in front of me, and I can actually ask these questions to you directly. And given that you were adamant to me, in fact, you said to me that they specified the wrong testing and therefore it's incorrect. Now, when you say they specified the wrong testing, are you talking about Infrastructure New South Wales using the PricewaterhouseCoopers project brief, or who are you talking about?
So
because my understanding is that PricewaterhouseCoopers specified a testing method and the Infrastructure New South Wales contract had a separate testing method. Is that correct?
So my understanding is that
it was a design and construction contract.
Yes.
And so John Holland were responsible for translating what was in the project brief into a design and construct specification, into the contract specification. My understanding is that SportEng were their advisors at the time. I think PricewaterhouseCoopers also retained SportEng to inform their project brief as well.
I know I'm out of time, but
you'll have another 2.5 minutes. I have one question, and then I'll throw the rest of that time to Mr. Latham, and then there'll be 2.5 for the opposition. Minister, the latest 26-27 budget allocated $7.8 million to protect Crown land from biosecurity risks and to meet public safety and environmental protection obligations. Can you confirm that none of this $7.8 million is being allocated towards recreational hunting?
Yes, I can confirm that. Yeah, it's weed management, it's things like that. Remediation when we might find asbestos. It's exactly as it says on the tin.
You're trying to weed them all out, aren't you?
Just making sure. Just making sure. Thank you, Mr. Latham.
Oh, thank you, Minister. I know at one time you were committed to trying to extend the Wentworth Park lease for Jabota, but now you've terminated it and earlier than expected, and the $1 million chase will be the last meeting there in October, as it then gets turned into housing and even more open space for the inner city people. Was there any attempt made in your discussions with Jabota to try and identify and construct a viable alternative Sydney metropolitan track? Because this decision to close Wentworth Park basically reduces greyhound racing in New South Wales to country and regional. And reverses the strong support that Luke Foley gave the industry when he was Labor leader. So was any attempt made to try and have a viable metropolitan track, which is very important, of course? Could you imagine harness or thoroughbred racing without a metropolitan track?
And that would have gone through the Minister for Racing.
Right, he handled all that.
It wouldn't come through me.
You didn't have discussions with Jabota about their lease?
No, because to have discussions with Jabota, you'd be talking about a Crown land facility. Yeah,
were you involved in the offer? I think it was $10 million to offer them a small amount of compensation for ending the lease. Were you involved in that? It came through Harris too.
Yeah, it came from Harris. But the other thing is too, in terms of the termination of the end of the lease, they themselves, called for that as well.
They tapped the mat.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So Harris was the main decision maker, and then you just followed up in terms of the Crown land.
Wentworth Park.
Wentworth Park.
Yeah, and they're moving to Gosford, and we're supporting them in the transition.
They're moving to Gosford.
Yep.
It's a bloody long way from Campbelltown anyway. Okay, thanks.
But their media release came out.
Yeah, I know. I'm not a big rap for Jabota and what they've done, but I just wanted to clarify your side of the story. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. The Honourable Wes Fang.
Thank you. Minister.
I'm just getting emotional, Wes. It's our last dance.
Well,
Mr. Wang, you were calling Mr. Wang one last time, sure. Get out the Wangometer.
I'm not dead yet.
Oh.
I'm not dead yet, Minister. And we may yet call you back for supplementary hearings. But in terms of now you've got to ruin my run. I'll pass to the.
I can't be nasty. I can't be nasty. I'm going to come back then. Minister, I'm never lost for words.
You know something, Wes? I've really developed. I've developed a real appreciation for you.
Come on, my time now, Minister. When it comes to the drone show, did the safety advice in relation to the 2025 drone show, how did that change between 25 and 26 that allowed things to progress?
Did we have a drone show?
I think Karen might be able to respond to that because we're still undergoing a review of what happened.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah.
But that's also an ATSB investigation. Where do you know where that's at, Minister?
We had that malfunction, obviously,
Yes.
and at the end, we were fortunate enough. It was, let's call it a great muster in the sense where it didn't fall on any of our community. But I think it was a little bit of a warning.
Let's just be very, very quick and very clear then. Did the safety advice change between 25 and 26 when you said, no, we're not doing it, and was cost around safety management? to 2026 when you said yes, and it was described as the biggest drone program in Vivid's history. Did the advice change?
Well, I might ask Karen to answer that because I...
Yes, I can say that the advice did change because the location of the drone show actually changed.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And so finally then, Minister, what was the budget allocation then for the drone shows?
Through you, Minister. The budget allocation for drone shows is all part of the Vivid budget, and the Vivid budget allocation for the whole of the festival in its entirety. I can take that on notice for you.
Okay, and so that specific component, you can...
I'll take that on notice for you.
break that down. Appreciate that. So just one final point then. I do have 30 seconds, so you can't get away yet, Minister.
Oh, please,
it's like I'm going to drag it out. It could be my last estimates with you as well. Who knows? With the investigation that has just been pointed out that is underway with ATSB, is the government doing an investigation of its own? Are you being apprised of what's going on with the investigation, where it's at, you know, what's happened? Do we know why the drones have failed yet?
Yeah, Karen's best placed to answer that, but we're not going to preempt the outcome of an investigation.
I didn't ask that. I asked whether the government was doing anything or whether or not you were apprised of any progress in that regard, not preempting anything.
Yep.
For renewable energy.
Through you again, Minister, I can say we too are also waiting on the ATSB report and final outcome, and they're obviously liaising with CASA as well, and also at play is the EPA in terms of recovery. We're waiting for all of those final reports come through to Destination New South Wales, and then we will determine whether or not we need to do our own separate investigation.
Great, that's the answer that I wanted. Thank you very much.
We now got government time. No questions?
come on, you've got to mop up.
Can I just say thank you to all?
We can talk to him anytime we want.
Thank you.
That has to go to the...
Thanks very much.
I thought you had to go through.
Thank you very much, Minister. In that case, we have finished our time with you this morning. Thank you so much for joining
I
us.
can go for a panini.
What's that, sorry?
I can go for a panini.
For a panini, that's for sure. And thank you to everybody else. We're now
Good
go
luck
out
with the operation.
for our lunch break.
Yes.
Order, thank you. And we will be back at 2 p.m.
I was just clipping up that.
Thank you. Welcome back to Budget Estimates for the afternoon session, and thank you all for returning. I might jump to Mr. LaCosta. I've just got some follow-up questions from some of the stuff we were talking about this morning.
Yep.
When I asked the Minister about any amendments that might be being considered in regards to the bill, he was referring to you to give some further information on that. I'm wondering what you're able to tell me.
Yeah, so the bill's been paused while further consultation takes place, including consultation with obviously Newswalk and the network of Aboriginal land councils. I think the point the Minister made at the start was there's about 50 different changes that are happening to, or that are proposed to be undertaken to the Crown Land Management Act. And the First Nations component, where there's been feedback about the relationship between the Aboriginal Land Right Act and the Crown Land Management Act, relates to about 3 or 4 of the total number of 50 provisions. So in terms of those 3 or 4 provisions, we've met extensively with local Aboriginal land councils at the request of Newswalk, and we've also met individually with local Aboriginal land councils at their own request, because sometimes they have specific and nuanced concerns relating to their various different areas. It would be fair to say I think we've probably met close to 100 different local Aboriginal land councils in the last few weeks. We've taken a lot of their feedback on board about 2 concerns, one primarily about lease and licensing provisions and the possibility of land banking, and the Minister has now committed to remove that from the bill going to Parliament. The second is around, and you touched on this earlier, Ms Hurst, the retrospective power granted to the Lands and Property Minister administering the Crown Land Management Act legislation, and that relates to the primary concern initially was that it will give the Minister too much power around defining, let's say there was a community site at the moment, and that the Minister would then have determination around the use of that site going forward. That we've now tightened that language up so that it's specific to community uses, relevant to community use provisions going forward. So there's no way under the proposed changes to the legislation that you could say, oh, we're talking about a community asset that could then be sold for corporate gain. That was a primary concern. The secondary concern was around the retrospective nature of those powers, and at this stage, our changes have not made a change to that, albeit though that we're still going through the final levels of drafting to then bring back to Parliament for a final decision. And the Minister has committed to communicate the final proposed bill back to the local Aboriginal land councils as well.
And how long will they then have once that final bill goes back to them, given he said that it might be coming in September? That's pretty quick.
Yeah. So it's not so much for consultation, it's in the spirit of transparency for their awareness in terms of what he's taking to Parliament.
Okay.
So the proposed amendments that Mr LaPosta has been describing have been provided to the LAUCs for their feedback, so they have been able to provide that. That's what I was trying to jump in. Yeah,
that's fine. Great, thank you. And just talking a little bit more about the land claims and the backlog that's sitting there. And I know you said earlier today that the work is still ongoing and there hadn't sort of been any kind of slowdown. But my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that 2019-2020 there was 1,500 claims determined.
Yep.
But in 24-25 it was only 268. Is that correct? And I know you said some of them are more complex, but that just seems like a big jump. So if I could get a bit more information as to why.
Yeah. So and so I touched on this before, and in 25-26 there's 179 claims. So. And I touched on this before. The process that was run was about seeking to try and process, at the time, the most significant number of land claims that they could. That would often mean a focus on the most simplistic claims to be able to process. Since then, there's been a significant amount of work done by my predecessor and the team to be in a more consultative arrangement with Newswalk and the local Aboriginal land councils around the claims they would like us to prioritise. As I said to you, Ms Hurst, it's really easy to lodge a claim. You can do it in a matter of minutes. The claims, to be frank, take many, many months, sometimes years to be able to process because of the competing nature of legislation, the different types of land use, the consultation that needs to be undertaken, the historical records that need to be trawled through to make an accurate decision around whether a claim can or can't be processed. The other nature of all of this is there's also an appeals element. So the number of appeals that we're seeing through the Land Environment Court has gone up significantly. So the reason the number has dropped is because they're not prioritising simpler ones. They're prioritising the ones that have been asked to be prioritised. And then the secondary nature of that is the same team that is doing the land claims is also fundamentally providing support to DeFi Legal around the contesting and the appeals process through the Judicial Committee. So there's no direction that's been issued from the Minister or this government to say slow down land claims.
If I could add one further piece of information from discussions with LAUCs over many years, simply resolving the simple land claims often is counterproductive to the LAUC, because the reason they are simple and easy to assess is that they're parcels of land that have never been used, they might have remnant vegetation on them, they're land that is not developable or usable, and it actually therefore becomes a liability to the LAUCs. So the way the work is now undertaken by the department, and it's to the credit of Ms Hawes, who has delivered this when she was in Joe's role, is to actually look strategically with the LAUCs at the parcels of land. So it would be a very easy exercise to pump out some. Would that be to the benefit of the LAUCs? Probably not. And so we want to be more strategic about it.
And as quick as we're pumping them out, the number of claims is only going up. And as I mentioned before, there's multiple claims on sometimes the same parcels of land.
And so what is, I guess, the plan of action going forward? I mean, there is such a massive backlog. What is the plan going forward to try to make sure that...
Yeah, so it's multifaceted, it would be fair to say. I think the first thing is getting a decision on the legislation, which is ultimately a matter for Parliament most likely in the next few weeks. Once that legislation comes in, it's the implementation of that legislation, and then concurrently, as previous and the current government have looked at, is there a way that we can explore land agreements? And so we're looking at accounting standards and other things that are somewhat cumbersome to that process because of how they consider the land a burden or a responsibility on the state and so forth. And we're looking at some of the specificity of some of those clauses to enable us to negotiate in good faith with First Nations, Newswalk and local Aboriginal land councils around, you've got, let's just hypothetically, as a round number, say you've got 1,000 land claims on the area that relates to your land council, of which I think there's now 122 or 121 in New South Wales. Let's negotiate on the ones that you see as the highest priority. Would there be claims that are in place at the moment that are of a lower priority or that you would relinquish for us to focus on 4 or 5 higher priorities? Our hope is if we can get that process set up, we can get changes to the Act, which is why the Minister's been very strong-willed around trying to get reform to the Act, coupled with a revisiting of the existing accounting standards and so forth around Aboriginal land agreements, that we can then package that all up and then really focus on doing that going forward. And that hopefully will generate the momentum to be able to get changes to the backlog and also focus on, as Ms Fishburn said before, focus on those that are of the highest priority and not necessarily be as encumbered by some of the ways that we need to process land claims at the moment, because we can do land agreements.
Thank you. And do you think that, if all goes as planned, that we will realistically be able to get on top of that backlog? Or do you think that really at the moment the focus is on how do we tackle this the best way possible rather than actually...
It's a great question. Yeah. It's a great question. We could do all of the things that we just outlined then, and you could have a local Aboriginal land council that comes in and says, no, we're not changing our approach. We're going to continue to claim every parcel of land. There's some land claims over multiple parcels of land as well. So it really requires a government, a civic, a collective leadership approach to say, if this is something that we truly want to work together to address, then government would need to make it a focus and resource it, and concurrently we need to work closely with Newswalk and local Aboriginal land councils to change the processes at their end around the parcels of land they want to prioritise. So the short answer is, altruistically, absolutely. In reality, is it going to work? Possibly. Would we probably look to prioritise local Aboriginal land councils that will want to do that work with us? Probably, to pilot initiatives in certain areas. And I won't list the local Aboriginal land councils by name, but there's been a number that have come to us and said, if you can do these changes, please start with us. We've got a whole list of priorities that we want to work with you on, and we think we can get some real rubber on the road and traction.
And when we actually come back to the intent of the Act, it is for economic and social benefit of Aboriginal communities. If we are able to work with the Louks and realise their aspirations economically and socially, that is what's important, not the number of land claims that exist. So that is really where the focus of the department's work should be.
And that's actually a great point, Ms Hurst, because at the moment we could process a land claim. That land claim's then successful. Then the local Aboriginal Land Council would need to navigate native title constraints that are on that site. That could take a number of years. If we can look through land agreements, that also allows Ms Fishburn's strategic planning team and statutory planning team to start to plan, to sit there and go, okay, well, the probability of this then being in the hands of the local Aboriginal Land Council in 12 or 18 months, what are our planning inhibitors? What might be slowing us down? How can we work concurrently with them so that once we do transfer the land, they're not as encumbered by some of the planning controls and so forth, and they might be able to run some of those processes concurrently.
Thank you. Mr. Leposter, I asked if you could find me the figures for the number of land claims determined since June 2026.
I haven't got that information.
I haven't got that yet? Okay, that's all right.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. If you could take it on notice in case we don't get to it later today, that would be helpful.
Sure.
But also, if you do get that by the end of the day, happy for that to...
if we get it, we'll read it in.
Yeah, perfect, exactly. Yeah. I also just have a quick question about process, just for my personal understanding. Do you or does someone within Crown Lands actually brief the Minister's Chief of Staff before exercising your delegation to either approve or deny the land claim, or is it done entirely within the department?
That's an excellent question. So the process as it stands at the moment is that if it's a refusal, it's managed by the Executive Director of the Aboriginal Land Strategy Team. Mm-hmm. If it's an approval, it's generally managed by the Deputy Secretary role. However, if it's one that we know is going to be of high profile and very contentious, then they're the ones that the Minister will often want transparency and peace of mind. And that's why I was saying to you before, there's been no instruction to me, nor is there any inhibitors on me processing the land claims.
Mm-hmm. And how many would the Minister's office or the Minister directly have been?
I'll need to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could let me know, sort of maybe in the last, say last 2 years or something like that.
Last 2 years, number of land claims, yep.
Yeah, sure. That have gone to him. Thank you.
No problem.
And I've got some other questions as well that might need to be taken on notice, if that's all right, because they're a little bit specific. But I was wondering how many Aboriginal land claims were determined in the financial year 25-26 compared to the previous 5 financial years?
Yeah, so we just covered that off before. 179 land claims were in 25-26. Mm-hmm. Just bear with me one moment. I'll see if I can...
Of those 179, while you're looking at that, is there a way of finding out whether how many claims?
57 granted,
yep,
including part granting, if that helps you.
And what's the division between granted and partly granted?
Oh, that's a really nuanced conversation. So it could be that a small parcel of that DP, or as I mentioned to you before, there's sometimes multiple sites. So you might have requested a land claim over 5 of the 6 sites, and a part of one of the 5th site was actually used explicitly for that purpose over a period of time. Mm-hmm. And there's abnormalities that can sometimes exist because of government records over 200 and something years and land records and things. And so people will build a structure or build a usage on a part of a site that has had the concurrence and the continuation, and on others it doesn't. So, yeah, cool. So in terms of... Thank you. Very helpful. In terms
I thought it was only Kamper that needed help.
Land claims, well... Thank you.
No, I know you need help. It's all right.
You can ignore him. You can ignore him.
Courteous to my staff, please, Mr. Kane.
In terms of land claims that were resolved in 25-26, as I mentioned to you, 179 with 57 claimed or granted or partially granted, with a total number of hectares of 1,600 1,609 hectares. In 24-25, 268, as you said before, Ms Hurst, claims resolved, with 104 of those claims granted or part granted, for a total number of hectares of 965. And that's what I was talking to you about before, and as Ms Fishburn said before. So yes, the number of claims has dropped between 24 and 25 that were approved, yet the volume of the land returned to First Nations people, and arguably the significance of that land for economic prosperity, which is what the Act is based on. And so we don't want to just get hung up on the numbers of claims that are approved or pending. 23-24, there was 474 claims resolved, with 296 of those claims granted in full or in part for 1,990 hectares. And then I think you have the 22-23 number before.
Yeah. And with the 25-26 number of 179, you said 57 were granted or partially granted. Do you have the number of granted and the number of partially granted?
I can, well, yes, leave that with me to take on notice, only because they're still determined as approved. So,
okay. Right, so
I just need to understand if it's like,
yeah.
I guess what you're trying to understand is, of that number, are 95% of them approved?
Yes.
Or is it 25% of them approved because 75% of it isn't determined as claimable? Let me take that away and see if we can work on...
We can definitely provide a table of that. It's all on it's all public information, so it's just, and I guess it's a complicated piece of work to put together. So
and I suppose the other side of it too is I'm trying to understand whether the rest of that figure was either refused or whether there's also a percentage of that that's also withdrawn as well. So,
yeah.
So, would the rest from the 57 of 179, would they all be refused, or would there be potentially other situations as well?
Just like an example, imagine a courthouse, right? Mm-hmm. And so you've put a claim over a courthouse, you put a claim over the recreational area adjoining it, and you might have put a claim over the car park that is used for the courthouse and has in perpetuity. Mm-hmm. The courthouse might not be claimable because it's been continuously used by government as a courthouse for an extended period of time. The car park and the adjoining recreational area that has historically just transformed into those uses may be claimable. Mm-hmm. So that would be an approved claim, but a partly approved claim, because one part of the site would have been approved, one part of the site would have been demonstrated to have not been claimable.
Even though they're all on the same lot.
Yeah, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And you talked a little bit before about some of these claims being quite complex and taking a particularly long period of time. You said some are months, some are even years.
Yes.
Do we have any that have been sitting for over 10 years or over 20 years, for example, that are, has been really long outstanding?
Yes.
And can I find out how many?
I can do my best.
Thank you. On notice, maybe any that have been outstanding for longer than 10 years or 20 years?
Sure.
Thank you. And also perhaps on notice, if I could also find out the age of the oldest undetermined claim and any...
1984 was partially determined.
1984?
Yep.
And can I get...
Coffs Harbour.
Yep, and can I get some more information as to why it remains not entirely considered resolved?
Sure.
Yep.
On notice is best for you?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Can you talk to me a little bit as well around publishing that regular data on the name and age, location, outcomes of land claims? My assumption is that it's not currently all fully public because there's just so much of it, and the department is still under-resourced. Is that part of the issue?
I don't know the answer to that, and in fairness, I've only been in the role a couple of months, so I haven't been briefed on that, but I'm happy to take that on notice. I also know there's been changes and revisions to privacy acts and other things as well. So I would rather provide a more holistic answer on notice, specifically to whether there's a backlog question or whether there's a shift in policy that's led us to provide less information.
Okay, yeah, if you could take that on notice, that'd
Sure.
be really helpful. Thank you. And Mr. Laposta, I think you also took on notice this morning. I just wanted to check if you had any further information about whether any Crown land's been allocated, new Crown land has been allocated or designated for recreational hunting in the last 12 months?
Yeah, so the only one that I'm familiar with is a native title claim around Barkindji. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that's specific to a land claim.
Okay. But is it Crown land that will be allocated specifically for recreational hunting?
Yeah, Barkindji.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Although it's a definitional piece around whether you would describe native title rights as recreational hunting. I personally wouldn't.
Yeah,
and
it's
I'd
a bit
just like to
different.
get some legal advice as to whether that actually would be considered recreational hunting.
Yeah, that'd be really useful, actually. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a little bit more complex.
It is a bit more complicated.
The other conversation we're having about.
Native title does sit in the department, so we'll just get some advice on that definitional piece, because I actually think it's quite important that we don't conflate the two activities.
So specific to land claims, none in the past 12 months. Mm-hmm. With regards to Barkindji and native title, let us get you some legal advice.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate that. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on very quickly from Ms Hurst's question there, and the point that you made, Mr Leposter, about claims and continued use and different land areas, etc. Do you have any detail on the Braidwood Courthouse in regard to that? And again, you may take it on notice, but if you don't have anything available, if you could add that onto that list as well, please.
Yes. Yeah, I can take it on notice, and if I can help you this today, we'll loop back around if I've got some information for you.
It's police property, obviously, but I do know that there is a claim attached to it and that ongoing use and things. So if you're able to provide any further detail
can do.
On that one, thank you very much. And just clarifying and seeking some more information and detail on Crown lands more broadly, please.
Yep.
Can I ask how many Crown land tenure applications, licences, leases and renewals are currently awaiting determination, and what's the average processing time for each category?
Yeah, I need to take that.
That's okay. It's like good, as long as we can tick off and get some info on that. That's right. You don't have that off the top of your head? Is that what's going on? Goodness me. And these may be the same, but again, I'd like to put it out there, please, to try to get some detail on it. This is in relation to the Crown Lands Crown Reserves Improvement Fund.
Yep, CRIF.
CRIF. So the government's announced more than $12.45 million in funding for more than 100 Crown Reserves in
102,
July.
yep.
102 just in July. Are you able to provide the total amount of funding requested from the 25-26 CRIF round?
In financial year 26-27, the CRIF grant program has 3 streams of fund. Where are we up to? 20. So you're right. It was 102 grants worth 12.46 million, and then there was an additional Crown Land Project Support Program with 5 grants worth 5.58 million. The total number of applications.
Yeah, the applications, that'd be great. And the number that were unsuccessful as well, please.
I think we need to take that on notice.
Okay.
I'm looking through as well.
It's fine. Happy
we'll
for you
take
to
that
take
on
that on notice. That's fine. And also interested to note on that applications that were assessed as meeting the eligibility requirements, so I won't ask you to go through what they are, but then weren't funded because of insufficient available funding. So what the gap was with that, please.
So 3 things. You're looking for the total number of applications.
Yep.
And then you're effectively looking for applications that were deemed suitable but weren't funded.
There wasn't enough.
And then applications that were deemed suitable and unfunded.
Yeah, that would be great.
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. And it seems that the applications for 26-27 closed on the 24th of July. Is that correct? So just wondering about when applicants, what's the process for formal notification of the outcome?
Yep, so the grant round opened for applications on the 24th of June and closes on the 24th of July, which is standard procedures of 1 month.
Yep.
Assessments currently underway and outcomes are expected to be announced in late 2026. And application numbers received year to date are comparable to last year's funding round as well.
Yes, so that's what I wanted to get to as well. So previous levels since 22-23. So, sorry, Mr. Leposter, you just said that numbers were similar in terms of successful applications. Did you just say? I missed that last point.
What I can say is that in 24-25, the government granted $11.6 million in annual funding, $2.77 million in Crown Land project support programs, and $0.35 million in emergency funding, which totalled $14.28 million. In 25-26, we had $12.4 million of annual funding. We had $5.38 million of Crown Land project support programs. We had $0.63 million of ad hoc grants to metropolitan memorial parks off the back of the Bondi attack, and $0.96 million of emergency funding, which tallied $19.46 million. And our current budget figures for 26-27 for the year ahead, $13.5 million of annual funding, which is the round that's open now, Ms. Overall. $4 million of Crown Land project support programs, and $1 million of emergency funding.
Thank you. That is good detail.
Thank you.
Can we please go to? It was great information.
Could have had my own budget estimate.
I thought you
well,
did.
you're actually doing better than somebody else, I might say. But
thanks, Ms. Merton and Mr.
Coming back just
Sure.
quickly before I hand on, just a couple of quick ones about outside of the fire trails as we discussed earlier.
Yes.
Can you also give me, please, similar figures about Crown reserves?
Yes.
And how many are currently assessed as being in poor or very poor condition, estimated cost of bringing those reserves to an acceptable standard?
Yeah, so and this is where the Minister was touching on some of our statistics before. The estate is enormous. So it's 38% of the state, 30.5 million hectares, more than 500,000 parcels of land, 35,000 reserves, Ms. Overall, 1,200 of them managed by Crown Land managers. They're managed by every local government in New South Wales. They're managed by local land services and other government agencies. And commend the work of Ms. Hawes and others. We work across 2,500 board members that manage a lot of those estates, many of them volunteers as well. So in terms of the estate, of those 500,000 parcels, we've got 6,670 travelling stock reserves, 4,242 parks and passive recreation areas, 260 showgrounds and racecourses, 220 caravan parks, 850 plus community facilities, community halls, surf clubs, scout halls, guide halls, 160 child and aged care facilities. This one's for you, Mr. Berry. 2,500 sporting facilities, 70 marinas, 18 extractive industry facilities. We manage over 1,000 kilometres of recreational tracks and travel, including human hovel and others, 11,000 environmental reserves, 1,600 crown waterways, 26,000 parks and green spaces, 2,120 kilometres of fire trail, as you called out before, 660 hectares of asset protection zones, which again will be a part of the fire trail answer for you because they relate to areas that might be problematic near residents and so forth.
Thanks, Mr. LaPostra. I get it. It's like it is a big state. And
and can I commend the team that do an outstanding job
it's
across
that's
all of
great.
those things
So,
as
but
well.
I guess what I'm saying is and I get it, you're working with all of these different groups and boards and individuals, etc. Is there the centralised database that says we have this percentage of properties in good, just like you gave me for the fire trails?
And so, in fairness, what our first priority was being able to map the assets that existed there. Secondary is the assets that sit within the sites. And so in terms of the buildings and structures and all of those things, we're working extensively on trying to build our knowledge base on all the different structures and buildings that exist across Crown Lands.
Right.
So it's not as simple as the fire trail example for you. We're happy to take it on notice, but the most likely answer is we're still trying to ascertain all of the different buildings and structures and ages.
We've done an enormous amount of work over the last couple of years in understanding the asset base and in asset management plans. It won't be 100% due to the huge scale that Mr. LaPostra has described, but we have a much better handle on the in terms of asset register and asset control. We'll provide you with the data that we're able to, but I want to caveat it by saying we started from a very low base and has had to work extremely hard to get to where we are now, where we broadly understand the assets that are part of the Crown Estate.
And that's great, and if you can provide what you can. But does that mean that you have a clear or clearer or some idea of the maintenance backlog?
Yes. Yes, it is the answer, but it's not an absolute answer. And of course, when the Crown Estate is not a static estate, like any part of New South Wales, it's subject to floods, to drought.
That's fine, but you've got an estimation, so you're
we don't have a dollar.
No.
I take that on notice.
Yeah,
My feeling is we don't have a dollar estimation. We understand asset to asset when we have been able to map it, what might be required for that particular asset.
And Ms Oval, we're often guided by feedback from the Crown land managers, the local councils and the community as local MPs and MLCs are. Community will often say this asset is in poor state and we need your support or we need your partnership, hence why we've got the Crown, the CRIF program and the improvement fund there to reinvest back into those assets. So it's often a two-way feedback process that comes in from the community to say, as Ms Fishburn said, there's been a flood or there's been a change in climate or there's been a weather pattern that, a big southeastern swell that's taken away our seawall, we need to work with you pretty immediately to ensure public safety or the rectification of that asset.
That's great. I mean, if we're getting, a broad idea of where things are at right now, I guess is where the direction of all of this is going, then we're all on the same page in what we're talking about. That's fine. That's fine.
And I can confirm we don't have a single global figure, but we do have, as I said, a much better understanding of what our assets are, the condition that they're in, and asset by asset what works might be required for those.
And we're keen to see that and know that detail as well. So I'll hand over to Ms Merton now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could direct my question to Mr Berry. Thank you. Mr Berry, I draw your attention to media reports relating to female soccer players by the Northern Suburbs Football Association and its affiliated clubs. As you may know, the Northern Suburbs Football Association has two top leagues for women, Women's Super League and Women's Premier League. The article explains that women participating in the Super League are being required to sign agreements that they will not forfeit playing games when required to compete against teams that include or may include biological men. The public have responded and reacted to this and have thought it's blackmailing. So, Mr Berry, as Deputy Secretary for Office of Sport, given this has been in the public domain for 5 months, have you briefed the Minister about this concerning matter, these reports?
I haven't briefed the Minister on specific matters of specific clubs. Certainly had conversations and there is awareness that there are questions in the community about safe and inclusive participation for women and girls.
Mr Berry, so just confirm, in terms of the reports here about female players signing agreements that they will not forfeit playing games when required to compete against biological males, and further to your point about the safety of sport, those matters, have they not been raised with the Minister?
They would be matters for the National Sport Integrity Authority, Sports Integrity Australia. That's the vehicle through which members of sports in New South Wales and in any state are able to raise concerns about the conduct of their organisation, their association, in terms of members. So we would not routinely... I
recognise the National Code, and we've spoken about that earlier today.
We would not
This is relevant to New South Wales.
We would not routinely...
These clubs are in receipt of New South Wales government money.
We would not routinely receive from any sport complaints about member protection. They are matters for the sports to self-govern and to refer to their national body and, if necessary, to Sport Integrity Australia.
So just coming back to the issue of safety here, so I put to you again that it's an agreement that the clubs are putting on female players to say you will not forfeit a game if you are put up against a biological male in the team. Now, the players are concerned, we've established safety here. I recognise the National Code, But you're telling me here that there's been no discussion with the Minister relating to this reported experience. We've been reading about it for 5 months. It's been on Talkback Radio. It's not new.
There's been no discussion through the Office of Sport to me that I'm aware of on that matter, but that is because we are not part of the governance arrangements for soccer, football in New South Wales. Like we are not part of the governance arrangements for any of the 98 state sporting organisations in New South Wales.
On grounds of safety, you wouldn't raise it with the Minister? Are you doing your job in terms of looking at safety in sport, community participation, proper use of government money, and we're reading this and we're just sitting on our hands?
No, we're not sitting on our hands. We satisfy ourselves that state sporting organisations have member protection frameworks that they're required to have and that are consistent with what is required from national sporting organisations under the Australian system. But that doesn't stretch to us being in receipt of or playing an adjudication role or a governance role in individual sports. The sports sector in New South Wales is so broad. So many, 2 million people are enrolled in the registered in the organised sports system in New South Wales through 98 sports, people of all ages. We are not equipped, and it has never been our role to be actively involved in that space. So it's not unusual that specific issue is not across my desk, and nor would I expect it to be.
Should continued funding be reviewed or considered in light of these reports?
So we don't fund North Sydney Football Association directly. We fund Football New South Wales when it comes to soccer. They are Football New South Wales and Northern New South Wales Football are the state sporting organisations for the sport. So the associations sit under them. So we would not have an ongoing direct interface or relationship with that association or any association in the sport in New South Wales.
As Deputy Secretary for Sport, do you not recognise grounds for investigation?
We
in terms of an egregious scandal, saying to female players, you do not have the right to forfeit on grounds of safety.
That's not within our remit.
Okay. All right, thank you. If I could turn to issues relating to the Royal Commission on anti-Semitism and social cohesion. My question is, and probably through you, thank you so much, thank you. My question is, how many notices to produce documents has Multicultural New South Wales received from the Royal Commission?
We've received 2 so far.
Thank you. And how many documents has been produced by Multicultural New South Wales?
So in terms of documents, we provided 2 statements and all the appropriate documents that went with them to the Royal Commission.
Thank you. So doing that, deadlines have been met?
They have been met, yes.
Thank you. In terms of Multicultural New South Wales employees relating to this request, what would do we measure in terms of hours or employees, or what do you think the cost has been to us to participate in this?
We did a considerable amount of work on this, but again, the Royal Commission is a statutory. It's been something that's been instituted by statute, and we are mandated to provide it with all the information that's required.
Thank you. And has Multicultural New South Wales conducted any internal review of its actions prior to the Bondi attack for the purpose of responding to the Royal Commission?
So the two statements that were asked, one was in regards to funding that we provided for including for security, so Safe for Places for Faith Communities funding, and the other was in regards to our program called Compact.
Thank you. Is that my time? Oh, Mr. Payne,
Still got
did you?
a minute and a half.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Laposta, in the minute 30 that I've got left,
just wanted to ask you about your meeting yesterday with Racing New South Wales in terms of the Crown Lands issue that I imagine you were discussing with them.
We discussed two matters, the Queanbeyan Racing Club and the Coffs Harbour Racing Club.
Okay. So, in terms of the Coffs Harbour Racing Club,
yes,
was there a commitment from Racing New South Wales to try and resolve it in amicable terms with the existing leaseholders and provide those leaseholders with a fairer and more equitable lease arrangement?
So, can I just somewhat correct my comments from this morning, and that will partly answer your question. So,
okay, and you'll partly answer the other part.
Mr. Lath, it's 5 lines, please.
Yeah, cool.
Mr. Fang. So I advised earlier about the Coffs Harbour Race Club. So Crown Land staff visited the Coffs Harbour Racecourse on the 15th of July to inspect site assets, including a walkthrough of the stable area with the racecourse general manager. Discussions acknowledged Racing New South Wales' ongoing work as the Crown Land manager to finalise a head lease with the club and subsequent subleases with trainers and other tenure holders, noting negotiations are continuing. So that was the conversation that we had with Racing New South Wales yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It was about the sustainability of the Coffs Harbour Racing Club and agreements with the
So just in the time as I started speaking before the bell went off, in terms of that answer, you talked about subleases. Obviously, there's the lease to the club, I think you said.
It's not a lease, they're the Crown Land manager.
So no, Racing New South Wales is the Crown Land manager. I imagine that the Crown Land manager is leasing the club, has a lease to the club.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about subleases to the trainers. Does that mean that the club will now be the leasee to the trainers, or is Racing New South Wales still going to be, as the Crown Lands manager, the body that has the contract with those trainers?
So, I think I can answer your question here. Racing New South Wales, as the appointed Crown Land manager, is acting in accordance with the Act to reinstate head and sublease agreements at the club. As part of this process, some legacy issues from previously issued lease agreements have been detected by Racing New South Wales. Crown Lands was not a party to those agreements. Media reports claim a change to the Crown Land Management Act in 2018 changed trainers and stable tenure holders' ownership of assets. This is incorrect, and there was no such change to the Act. Racing New South Wales continues to work closely with the Racing Club and Crown Lands to resolve these issues.
I'm sure we'll come back to this a little bit later.
I look forward to it.
Excellent.
Thank you. I've just got one last question about the land claims and the bill that's coming up.
Yep.
I understand that the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council submission noted that New South Wales ALCs are concerned that the bill continues to confer broad discretionary powers to the minister without sufficient independent oversight or safeguards.
Yes.
And this really goes back to some of the questions I was asking before about consultation. And I know that there's proposed amendments to require consultation and consideration of Aboriginal land claims, but they don't require agreement with the affected Aboriginal land councils.
Correct.
Nor do they require the minister to avoid impacts on Aboriginal land claims where reasonable alternatives exist or other protections are sufficient.
Yep.
The concern is obviously that consultation alone cannot adequately protect statutory rights if the decision maker retains an unfettered discretion to proceed regardless of any impacts that are identified.
Yep.
What consideration is being given to making appropriate and sufficient amendments to the bill to really reflect the position of those New South Wales Aboriginal land councils with that in mind?
Yeah, so and as I commented to you before, I don't think there's been a direct representation around the minister seeking the concurrence or approval of local Aboriginal land councils on using his discretionary power. In practical terms, I don't think that would ever happen. So the minister is, and we're doing further consideration on this based off the consultation that's come in. As the minister said before, there's been a narrowing of the scope around these provisions. But at this point in time, the Minister sees this provision as being very important to address technical non-compliance areas on community assets and keep community assets in community hands, like sports clubs and surf lifesaving clubs and so forth. So, Ms. Hurst, to be frank, we'll continue to consider it. However, we do understand the issue that remains and the Minister's rationale behind his concerns.
Thank you. I've got some questions for the new Migrant Workers Centre that opened in May this year. Doing my best to send those to you. Yes, thank you. Hi, nice to meet you. Can I just get some more details on what specific services this particular centre will provide, please?
Sure. The Migrant Workers Centre has recently opened earlier this year, and it's going to provide a range of services, including legal casework and dispute resolution support, safety ambassadors network that's sort of spread across the state, regional rural communities training programs, some case management services, and referrals to community legal centres. It also has in-language material, as you may imagine, considering the migrant workers, on things like workplace rights, health and safety, and sexual harassment.
Thank you. Will the centre provide legal advice or more just referrals to other legal centres?
It will provide referrals to other centres. It will provide sort of basic advice, and this is the legislation on those matters, but it won't provide individual legal advice, as a lawyer might.
Thank you. I understand that the government has allocated $6.5 million to the centre over 4 years. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
I just wanted to get a bit of an understanding of how that funding will be spent. Is that going to mostly go towards staffing, or is there other cost breakdowns?
It's mostly going to go to staffing and a website, and I can take the full breakdown of their budget on notice. We've only recently got their first lot of reporting from us, but yes, but it's essentially mostly for staffing, for network, and for a digital platform and the creation of resources in language, so there'll be some translation costs and other things as part of that as well.
How many staff does the centre currently employ?
I might need to grab that on notice for you.
Yeah, okay. That's all good, thank you. Do you know if there are plans to expand the types of services that the centre offers, or is it sort of staying where it is?
I believe at the current stage it's staying where it is, but having said that, if they would like to make variations to that work, I'm sure that can come in due course.
Yeah, with sort of further sort of potential grants going into the future.
Well, I'm not sure if it's about additional money, but it's partly the fact this is the first time there's been a centre sort of dedicated to migrant workers, and of course, in doing that work, they might identify other things that require some attention.
Yeah. And lastly, and I appreciate the centre's only been open for a very short few months, and so look, I might be a little bit too fast on this, but I was wondering if there was any indication or reports on how the centre's been going so far, if there's any details of uptake, number of people who have helped, or if I'm just too early at asking for this.
Well,
data.
can I be honest? We actually did get a report last week. I just haven't had a chance to go through it in any great detail at the moment, partly in preparation for this. But but we have seen some anecdotal work through our own community engagement by working with communities who are in regional New South Wales who've talked about their engagement already and the regional network.
And can you share some of that here today? About what, like the information that you've received and maybe some of the early top-line stuff from that report?
Sure. I think a lot of it, well, and again, now I'm going to be speaking anecdotally without having seen the case or the report myself, but part of it has been about people who previously did not know their work rights in full, and the fact that they've been able to seek legal redress, not necessarily through the centre, but through referrals from the centre, to help them in some cases getting, I understand, compensation for wages which were held back.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. That's it from me. I'm now going to throw to the Honourable Nicole Overall, and we do. I just want to quickly recognise that we do have the request from Ms Jones, and so we are going to make sure all the questions to Ms Jones are done now, and then once that is completed, then she's welcome to leave.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a few. I'll just ask a few, and then we'll put the rest for on notice. But I'll just get through a couple and then let you go, Ms Jones. Thank you. Thank you. Could you please give us an idea of, or do you know, or take on notice, since June 2025, how many new major events have been secured by Destination New South Wales?
What do you mean by new? Do you mean those that we haven't hosted before?
Yep, so first-time events for New South Wales or Australia, or exclusive to us.
Yeah, look, for the efficiency of this committee, I'll probably take that on notice.
That's
I do have a
fine.
list of all the events,
Great.
but
If you
it'll
can
take a
provide that
while
list,
for me to
that
go
would-
through that for you.
That would be terrific. Thank you. Now, just going to the Destination New South Wales annual report, 24-25, total number of events secured in 23-24 was 79, and 24-25 was 48, or a 39% decrease. Are there any specified reasons about what's going on, why we're seeing that decrease?
No, again, I'd take that on notice for you. I think what you'll find is if I go back to first principles around our major event investment under the visitor economy strategy, and that is that we are investing in events that actually drive visitation, and we're actually looking for those that do provide a greater economic impact, particularly in relation to visitor expenditure in the state. So it doesn't really matter in terms of the number of events. It's actually what their return is and what the impact is in terms of visitation and the amount of visitor expenditure that each event attracts.
Okay, so there's going to be metrics and KPIs, and you're going to be able to provide all of that to say this is what we're
Correct.
achieving now compared to what we were achieving then.
Correct. So the number of events isn't a true indicator of how our event portfolio actually performs in terms of driving visitation and what that equates to in terms of visitor expenditure.
Yep, okay, great, thank you. Quickly going to, is the total, we talked earlier today about commercial in confidence arrangements in relation to the drones. Is the total annual events budget considered commercial in confidence?
On the whole, yes, I would say. There could be some exceptions to that. So in terms of commercial in confidence, we actually adopt the definition and the approach as per the GIPA Act, which then goes to what's in the public interest, what it does go to our competitiveness in terms of other states, and making sure we're also protecting the competitive advantage of the people that we're actually contracting as well. So I do draw you to that definition of what commercial in confidence is, and that's what we apply when we do actually look at our event investments and what we can disclose and what we can't.
Okay, but the budget allocation is a public figure? Is it in the range of 170 to 180 million?
So again, that fluctuates year on year depending on what the budget is and depending on the number of events that we do actually host and what the value of those events is.
And so that is normally publicly available information?
In our annual reports, you'll find that there's line items that relate to event expenditure.
Okay, so
or
line
event
items, so you
investment.
sort of have to go through and pretty much
Correct.
add it all up to say this is the total. But was the budget range recently included in a job description?
Possibly, in terms of making sure that we're attracting the right talent to come into a role that would be capable or have the capability of managing a portfolio up to or including that amount.
Right, but then does that come back to your point about could that potentially be detrimental in weakening the state's position when you're looking at other jurisdictions or competing interests?
Not in terms of those sort of general numbers. I think those general numbers are pretty understood across the country around what event investment looks like per state. But it is the competitive advantage really does come into play when we're perhaps bidding for an event against another state or another international jurisdiction.
Important considerations indeed. Well, just quickly then, still on that thread of the commercial in confidence and coming to the drone show, is it correct that New South Wales procurement notices usually disclose a contract value?
Yes, so we do actually, and particularly in relation to the drone tender, yes, of course, there was an amount that was an indication, but what their final number is commercial in confidence.
But is it correct that on the tender for the drone show, the dollar figure was left blank?
So in terms of what was actually published, then yes.
So is that normal? Is that standard?
Again, it goes to the commercial and confidence practices. I can provide you a more detailed answer on notice if you would like.
Yes, I'm just trying to work out. So the process would be that you sign the contract, and if it's normally the situation that you would say that, then the commercial in confidence comes later, or
so I think what you'll find,
it's not normally left blank.
Yeah, I think what you'll find, and again, happy to take this on notice to provide you with a more detailed and accurate answer, but I think what you'll find is when we did the expression of interest for the drone show, that there would have been an indication around what is potentially an amount. But then when we go through the tender evaluation process and what that final amount is that's settled, because that's when we enter into that direct relationship and that contract with the company. That's what's commercial in confidence.
Okay. Are you also able to provide how many tenders were received and whether any Australian companies tendered as well?
Yes, by all means, we can provide that. Yep.
Okay, that's terrific. Thank you. And just in relation, you may not be able to answer this, but I think probably best place to put it to you before say that's it from me for you. The retrieving the failed drones, I think it was mentioned, Mr. Laposta may have mentioned EPA onto that. Have they all been retrieved at this point?
So the process is still ongoing.
Right. Okay. Do we have a cost associated with that retrieval?
So the retrieval is actually being managed by Sky Magic, who is the drone company. They're doing that in consultation with the EPA. We're kept informed in terms of how it is progressing, but ultimately it's still a matter that's still to be resolved between Sky Magic and the EPA.
Do we have an idea of length of time?
All I can know, but what I can say is that drone retrieval from Darling Harbour or Cockle Bay has been quite challenging.
Depth, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Boat movements. You got a lot of boat movements as well in that area.
And the alternative fireworks display that went on instead, is there a cost associated with that we're able to know?
Again, that would be commercial in confidence, but yes, of course, there was a cost associated with it, and that was covered by Destination New South Wales through our Vivid budget.
Okay. All right, I've got some others, but I'm happy to put those on notice to you so that you can, as supplementary, so that you can head off.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Ms Jones. We really appreciate you staying back. Thank you.
Do you want to go to the last 5?
Thank you so much. If I could look at issues relating to post-Bondi and the funding arrangements. Regarding the $8.3 million Bondi support package announced by the government, what is the total amount of Bondi-related expenditure for which MNSW is now responsible for?
Sure, thank you. Give me one moment. I'll get you those figures. So I can tell you all the money that we have spent since that period. It's about, and I guess before I do so, of course, I should probably take another opportunity to acknowledge, of course, the tragedy of the event and pay our condolences to all of those impacted and, of course, the victims. And as part of the response to this tragedy, we have spent about $10 million or $10,177,000 in different funding packages to support the Jewish community and people affected.
Thank you. Just in reference to the 8.3 million Bondi support package announced by the government, just looking at what the total amount relevant to MNSW was, just a...
I'm not sure 100% which 8.3 you're referring to. Is this the most recent package that was provided as part of our budget?
Well, look, I'm taking this off a government announcement.
Yeah,
so
Ms. Byrne, I was going to say, just to assist, there's a number of tranches of funding that the government announced. One the week immediately following the tragedy at Bondi, and then subsequently since then. And I think that's the reference to the additional support and so forth at the 8.3. The total amount, I think, James, you said that Multicultural New South Wales has been the steward of is about 10.
Yes, it is. It has about 10 million overall. But I think I know what you're referring to now. I think I do have a number for that. That would be, I can try and break it down for you. I think of that most recent package, the money that we have provided would be an additional $2.6 million to enable the Sydney Jewish Museum to do additional work. And part of that, of course, is driving some additional educational functions around anti-Semitism, and $1.2 million to support the Chabad of Bondi, who were the most directly affected community at the time, in fact, losing a number of their members and also hosting the event. And the rest of the money, I believe, might have been in regards to funding for the Jewish Board of Deputies to continue delivering grants and other operations.
Thank you very much. Just who within government has overall responsibility for ensuring these separate programs are not duplicating one another, I guess just in light of the confusion we had at establishing this package to previous packages?
There's a number of governance mechanisms going on in government, which involve a number of parts of government, including, of course, the Premier's department who are leading it, but of course with the Redevelopment Authority, Multicultural New South Wales and others, depending on what is being taken place.
So Ms Merton, an example of that is part of that 8.3 includes a $2 million commitment to the permanent memorial down at Bondi. So Premier's department will sit as a part of that group, as will Waverley Council, as will Crown Land as the landowner of the Bondi Beach foreshore, as will Multicultural New South Wales from a cultural competency piece. So each part of government is effectively tasked with their individual and respective responsibilities.
Thank you. So just further to my question, who within government has overall responsibility for all these moving parts that we've just identified?
It's shared across a number of the different cabinet ministers.
Mr Laposta, I understand that you were temporarily removed from MNSW to act as Coordinator General?
Correct.
Mr Laposta, who now performs the coordination role?
The Reconstruction Authority.
Thank you. And has... Right, the Reconstruction Authority. But the role that you once occupied as Coordinator General, has that role formally ceased?
Yes, correct. So it was a fixed term role originally for 3 months, and then the Premier asked me to stay on for another, I think, 6 or 8 weeks after that.
Thank you. And I understand at the March hearing, officials were unable to provide the exact cost of backfilling positions while yourself, Mr Laposta, and other officials were working on the Bondi response. Has that figure now been finalised?
Oh, I think Multicultural New South Wales could probably provide that figure on notice. It would just be apportioning myself, Mike Shaw and Catherine Bear's salaries.
Thank you. So it has been finalised?
I'll pass to James.
I don't have that figure on me. We can certainly take that on notice.
Thank you. I just make reference that it was at the March hearing, and we're now August. And so I guess in terms of what the cost was to MNSW remains unknown.
Well, I can quantify it by saying it's the number of staff that we use there. It's their wages over that period of time. Joseph was for a slightly longer period, but it'll be the cost for an associate director and a director at the same time. We can get that for you, certainly.
Thank you so much, thank you. Can you provide the total Bondi-related funding administered directly by MNSW?
Sure, and I think that was the figure I originally gave, which I might have given.
Thank you, which was about 10
a little
million.
bit early. It's like, it's $10,177,370 if you want to be precise.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you provide the funding committed by MNSW?
The breakdown, is that what you like?
Well, I guess we've established administered directly by MNSW was the 10 million. The what was committed by MNSW to the Bondi to the Bondi response?
I'm sorry, can I just confirm, by committed, do you mean what has already been spent?
I guess what came from your government department in response to
It was all additional funding. So it was funding that was sought the decisions that were made by Cabinet in the hours and days after the tragedy on the 14th of December, it was additional funding provided to Multicultural New South Wales to administer those programs. It wasn't funding they took from
It
other
didn't come from the
initiatives.
department.
Spot on.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of what was actually paid by Multicultural New South Wales in light of the Bondi response?
Is that number that James is giving you? The 10.1?
No, I think you've just given that to me. Sorry, you just clarify, you were saying that the money didn't come from the department?
Correct.
So then my question to you, what was actually paid by Multicultural New South Wales?
Are you talking aside from the wages when we transferred additional staff to the coordinator role?
Well, I guess I've covered that in terms of the specific to the staffing costs. But in terms of that $10 million and other things, did funding come from your department?
Funding was administered by our department, but as Mr. Laposta said, it was funding that was brought to us.
In and out.
In and out, in and out.
Thank you. The Jewish Community Response Grants Program received 51 applications and approved 43. Why were the remaining 8 applications unsuccessful?
All funds were done according to specific guidelines, and then they were assessed in partnership with the Jewish Board of Deputies. There were, of course, more applicants than money available at the time, and some of it might have solely been in a competitive basis.
Thank you. And how many of those 43 projects have now been completed?
I don't have the exact number of how many completed. Originally, the idea was to have them all completed in the first 6 months, but as you can imagine, all the organisations who applied and were successful for funding and had those projects were all people who were themselves impacted by the tragedy, and some have asked for some variations on the funding to extend the time in which the projects will take to complete. But I don't have the exact number. I could take that on notice about which are complete and which haven't, if you'd like.
Thank you, thank you. And I guess further, how many acquittals have been received?
I will have to take that on notice, please. I will.
Thank you very much. How much of the $200,000 announced in June for further community support grants has been spent?
None of that money has been sent yet. We have not completely confirmed the arrangements of how that will be administered.
Thank you. So applications under consideration, or has there been public information?
No, there's been nothing opened up just as yet. There's nothing is advertised. We have not put out any guidelines regarding it. We're still considering what the gaps are in the community, noting it's a small amount of money to decide, where that wants to go, and we're doing that in consultation with the Jewish community.
Thank you very much. Just regarding the MNSW strategic plan, what strategic plan is MNSW currently operating under?
Stronger Together.
I'm happy to take whoever would like to take.
Stronger Together is the current strategic plan that it is due to be completed. We've completed many of the actions in the plan, but we haven't quite set a date yet to launch the new strategic plan.
Sorry, could you just repeat you named the plan? It is
the older plan was called Stronger Together. Stronger
Together. Thank you. And what year was that strategic plan relevant to? Has it got a year on it, or?
I believe this is the final year. Give me a moment, I'll open that one.
Correct.
This is the final year.
According to the MNSW website, it's the 2021 to 25 plan, titled Strategic Plan 2021 to 25, suggesting the previous plan expired in 2025.
Yes, look.
Why has a replacement still not been publicly released?
Well, we spent quite a bit of time at the end of last year finalising consultation for the strategic plan with the idea that it would be launched at the beginning of this year, potentially to coincide with what is Harmony Week, which is usually the week in which we also host the Premier's Harmony Dinner. Following, of course, the tragedy of Bondi, we did want to make sure that all of our work and our commitment was really about supporting the Jewish community and the response at that time. So we did choose to delay the announcement of a strategic plan, and we're still finalising when that date will be. But we anticipate that will be potentially later this year or the beginning of next year to coincide.
Thank you. A community consultation finished in August last year.
The date it finished. I know it began in June last year. The date in which it finished, we did some of our final consultations in August, that's correct.
In August last year, thank you. The draft plan, has a draft plan been produced?
Yes, the draft plan has been produced.
Has it been approved?
We haven't finalised the process for it.
Thank you. Has it been reviewed by stakeholders like the Faith Affairs Council or the MNSW Advisory Board?
Both of those bodies have had input into the strategic plan, but they haven't reviewed a final copy. Usually that would be a matter for government prior for approving the document, yes.
Thank you. In terms of the delay of the release, you touched on other issues. Anything else concerning the delay of the release, given that we're operating under a plan that's expired?
Though the plan's expired, we actually operate under the multicultural principles, which is the legislation of the state that have been for about nearly 50 years, and they provide guidance on our exact functions and our purpose, and that's where we base most of our work on. Yes, the strategic plan talks about some of the priorities, so that strategic plan is really priority-based strategic plan, talking about things like settlement as being something that we would prioritise our focus on. Those matters are still relevant and encompass a lot of our work.
Sure, no, I understand the 50-year history you make reference there. And you might have answered this, but when will the plan be released?
I don't have an exact date for you right now.
Right. So we're now, what are we now? August 2026. Yeah. Are we thinking before the end of the calendar year?
Quite potentially, and just the time with other things happening. We do have a Royal Commission coming out. We have other considerations for government.
Thank you. And I'm happy for anybody to respond on this, but again, do you think it's acceptable for the lead agency responsible for social cohesion in New South Wales to be operating in 2026 without a current publicly available strategic plan?
The work of the department is very publicly available. We do so including through our annual reports, but also through our State of Community Relations report that was launched and put aside in Parliament earlier this year. And all of those things continue to showcase what our priorities are and what the work is to ensure that all of that work is transparent and known to the community. We, of course, continue to engage with communities through multiple different sort of networks and avenues. And, of course, we continually consult with the communities through the Faith Affairs Council and our own advisory board, including 10 different regional community networks that help guide our work.
Thank you. On what date was the first draft of the new strategic plan completed?
I don't know. I have to take that one on notice. I thought, yes.
How many versions have been provided to the Minister or the Minister's office?
Of the strategic plan, I know that we've had 2 specific meetings with them with drafts.
Was external consultancy work used to develop the strategy?
No.
Thank you. What KPIs is the agency presently using in the absence of a published replacement strategy? Is it still the KPIs of the old plan?
They are.
Thank you. If I could look at...
Noting, of course, that 2005 would still encompass 2025-26, which would, which is what we report against in the annual report, and of course for the purposes of whole government KPIs. Yes.
Thank you. What is MNSW's current FTE headcount?
That I do have. A moment.
Ms Merton, can I just add one thing while James is looking for the number? The work of Multicultural New South Wales and their team is outstanding, and it's been an incredibly difficult few years, particularly the past 12 months. The relationship between whatever the strategic document is that the agency has for the future years needs to give consideration to the Royal Commission. and the findings of the Royal Commission into anti-Semitism and social cohesion. So it would be somewhat premature for James and his team to have a strategic plan that went out today. And the challenge for James was that the work has been done, and excellently done by Sandra Al-Hal and others that have led that work. But to be honest and to be fair, my subjective opinion is it would have been tone deaf to release that in March of this year, given that we were 8 weeks or 10 weeks after the most significant terrorist attack on Australian soil. So the reason that they've delayed that work and paused that work is to make sure that it is as current as possible with current findings which come out of the Royal Commission and others. Sorry, James, I just thought that was helpful to the...
It was very helpful. Thank you so much, Joseph. The number is 138.
138.
Headcount,
Thank you. How does this compare with 30 June 2025?
I don't know if I have that figure on it. Can I take that on notice? But I can't imagine it would have changed very much.
Yeah. How many positions are vacant?
I would need to take that on notice as well. Yes.
That's fine. And I guess my third one would be,
Please.
how many employees are currently acting in higher duties?
I will need to take that on notice. I will
Thank you. No, I appreciate you. You've got a big folder, but you know. What is the current number and value of contractors and consultants engaged by MNSW?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. I was just, in terms of the Migrant Workers Centre, and I think you touched on this earlier with my colleague here, how long has the Migrant Workers Centre been fully operational for now?
Since May this year.
Thank you. The stated goal was to support 2,000 at-risk workers per year. How many workers have been supported to date?
I don't have that figure on me, but I'll take that on notice, and I believe it will be captured in some of the questions previously by Ms Hurst.
By Ms Hurst, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, thank you very much. And further, how many have been from regional and rural New South Wales versus metropolitan New South Wales?
I will take that on notice, but I can assure you that there's been a strong focus on regional New South Wales, where, of course, many migrant workers are.
Thank you. The criteria for someone is defined as an italics at-risk worker, close italics. When you are you able to define that definition?
Of a vulnerable worker?
At-risk worker.
At-risk worker? I don't have that on me, but our point is, I guess, in having the centre is the idea that all migrant workers, people on temporary visas who might be linked to employment contracts, will be vulnerable to potential exploitation or to potentially not being fully aware of their rights and responsibilities here in Australia.
Thank you. When you use the term supported in light of the Migrant Resources Centre, what does that entail?
So again, it's going to be in terms of legal casework and dispute resolution support, a safety ambassadors network, regional and rural community training program, case management services, referrals to community legal centres, in-language education materials on topics such as work rights, work health and safety, and sexual harassment.
Does a telephone inquiry count as someone being classified as supported?
I believe if they're provided, well, in our estimation, it'll be in terms of what referrals were made, what action was taken on phone call, yes.
Thank you. Does attending a group information session count as a worker being supported?
I'm not quite sure what you're getting at in terms of, are you talking about the 2,000 number? I can take that on notice in that case.
Thank you. I guess just the background is just looking at what the offering is and the support service available through the centre.
Yeah, I think most of it's going to be individual support, and that's why it's sort of labelled as sort of casework support, and otherwise people will call in to ask for advice. The things that will be done in a group setting will be largely in terms of educational materials that are provided, which will be more general in nature and will be delivered as sort of in-language materials for people.
Thank you, yeah. And in terms of the operation and the support of the centre, when looking at the 2,000 at-risk workers goal, can you clarify if that means 2,000 interactions with the centre, or is that literally supporting 2,000 individual unique workers?
In terms of the KPIs for the program, I will take that on notice.
Thank you. What have been some of the most common services accessed by people seeking support from the centre? And I qualify this with it is a new centre.
It is a new centre. And look, I'll have to get back to you. I'll just let you know, I will take that on notice, but of course what you have might not be exactly accurate trend data, knowing the amount of time that's taken.
Sure, no, I appreciate
Because
that.
of course over time people get to know about the service, different people be referred, then you might see a different sort of balance of what activities are taking place.
Okay, thank you. My colleague, Mr. Fang, did you want? You go.
Yeah, no, I was going to offer Mr. Laposta a little bit more of an opportunity to update me on his fruitful and beneficial for the people in Coffs Harbour, his conversations with Racing New South Wales.
This conversation's gone longer than the meeting had.
Well, that's on you, Mr. Laposta. That's on you. Was there an agreement from Racing New South Wales that they were going to review the concerns of the people in Coffs Harbour and provide perhaps a fairer, more balanced sublease or lease to those trainers who have been unfairly impacted by the changes?
Yeah, so they are the Crown Land Manager.
Yes.
They are undertaking their obligations consistent with the Act. We have given them feedback. They have taken on board that feedback, and we have quarterly meetings, and I have asked to meet with them again in a few weeks once they've spoken to the individuals that Mr. Latham was talking about at Queanbeyan. So I'll probably be better placed to update in about 3 or 4 weeks' time when I've spoken to them.
Okay, so when we call you back for supplementary hearings in November, that'll be the time to
As
get
is
the update?
your right, Mr. Fang. This is an important democratic process.
Fantastic. So in terms then of the feedback that you provided to Racing New South Wales, did that feedback include the view perhaps of the Minister and the government that the rent increases that the new Crown Lands Manager, being Racing New South Wales, were proposing over the previous Crown Lands Manager, which was the club, were extreme and not in line with what the expectations were of the New South Wales government, giving that the government had provided Racing New South Wales the opportunity to be the Crown Land Manager?
Yeah, so Racing New South Wales has advised the department that it's reviewing market rent in all locations under its management across the state. The Crown Land Management Act requires that as a general principle, rent should be set in line with market value. As Crown Land Manager, it is the responsibility of Racing New South Wales to set rents for the use of reserves under its management. The department has received correspondence from some tenants at Coffs Harbour objecting to rent increases in rent and raising questions about the ownership of improvements. The department has also met with a representative of the tenants to discuss lease terms and understand requirements under the Crown Land Management Act. These agreements are directly with Racing New South Wales, the Coffs Harbour Racing Club Limited and other tenure holders. The department is not a party to these agreements. The department has recommended that these tenure holders seek their own independent legal advice.
I think that is an answer that you provided in the previous session with the Minister here, and I appreciate that you've reinforced those positions. However, is there any consideration of the, say, percentage rent increase that one Crown Lands management body might impose over another one? i.e., if you had a previous Crown Lands manager which had a rent level for their tenants, and then you assign a new Crown Lands manager, which is what's happened, and that body then comes in and increases the rent to what they say is market value, but it is ultimately, say, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times higher than what was previously there. Is there a provision within the... does the Minister have the ability to say, well, you've been
tasked with managing this Crown Lands now, what you have done is effectively, we consider it unfair, there should be more fairness.
Yep.
Does that exist?
Oh, it's a reasonable question, but it's also a hypothetical question because you don't know what the condition of any of the tenancies are at the moment. So I think you and I would agree that at a racetrack, the number one safety is probably equine and human safety at a racetrack. So if they're looking to implement leases and licences over that site that are aligned to safety considerations, workplace safety considerations, health and safety considerations, and all of those things, which Racing New South Wales is ultimately responsible for, and that necessitates an increase to bring it up to a standard, well, then we wouldn't think that's unreasonable. If they were looking to implement increases in fees of exactly the same assets with no additional benefits or so forth to the site that made it unworkable for trainers, I can assure you our staff have already gone out there and met with the management of the racetrack, and we would certainly give consideration to that. But the point that I need to make to you, and I reinforce to you respectfully, is that we're not a party to those agreements. So it's between Racing New South Wales and ultimately the other tenure holders that are on the site.
Whilst I accept that you say you're not a party to those agreements, you were a party to provisioning the previous Crown Lands manager, which had the agreements with those parties. Now, in circumstances where the government was lobbied by Racing New South Wales to have the management of that Crown Lands signed over to Racing New South Wales, in some cases there are questions around how they did that, and that's Queanbeyan. But in terms of Coffs Harbour, they have been signed over to being the manager now of that Crown Land and have then subsequently increased the rents on all of those tenants.
Mr Fang, I'll answer this a different way. We'll continue to monitor the plan and we'll continue to meet quarterly with Racing New South Wales and follow them up on their reporting. So I give you that undertaking that our team will meet Racing New South Wales, and if you like, I will instruct the team to ensure that Coffs Harbour Racetrack is one of the issues that is considered at those quarterly meetings.
I very much appreciate the answer that you've provided.
No problem. Thank you.
Could I ask also, if it gets to the point where Racing New South Wales may be belligerent and refuse to act on the feedback and guidance that occurs from those quarterly meetings and the on-ground investigations, which I know you said you've had, I think it was the 15th of July, you had people that were actually at Coffs Harbour to speak to those impacted tenants.
Yep.
Is it the case that the Minister may at some point reassign a new Crown Lands manager?
I think the Minister's got a demonstrated track record, as is the case of Queanbeyan, where he didn't think the performance was up to scratch. He put an administrator in place. So I give credit to the Minister for undertaking those actions and getting to the bottom of whatever the issue is, and then issuing a new Crown Land management agreement over that site with new parameters and new standards. It's a hypothetical question in many respects, but for any of our Crown Land managers, we expect them to deliver. And so I give you the undertaking, we will meet with them quarterly. I give you the undertaking that we'll have Coffs Harbour Racetrack as a part of that quarterly dialogue to see how things are going.
Okay. One last question on this matter then. Given that, I note your response in terms of the last question that I asked, and you gave credit to the Minister in terms of Queanbeyan, and look, I appreciate that the Minister did take on board the feedback that was provided to him around the question of the Queanbeyan racetrack, but ultimately Racing New South Wales has once again been assigned as the Crown Lands manager for that track. Now, given all of the history around the provision of the first Crown Lands management agreement, surely the Minister must have had second thoughts about reassigning Racing New South Wales to that lease. What did Racing New South Wales say, and what are they going to do differently in terms of the way that they manage Crown Lands, given that the Minister did give them another shot at managing Queanbeyan?
I think that would have been an excellent question to ask the Minister this morning.
It would have been. However, he sidestepped me, and I was a bit. He floored me a little bit with his kindness, which I'm not used to. I was shocked. I was shocked and flabbergasted. Yeah. Anyway, is that time?
No, we've got another 6 minutes. Oh, that's at least the 6 minutes.
Yeah, I used it.
Okay.
I was smooth as.
Very smooth. In that case, we are breaking for afternoon tea, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Oh, that's right. Sarah doesn't get a chance to mop up. It's a shame.
Thank you and welcome back to the afternoon for budget estimates. I'll throw straight to the opposition.
Yes, just a few final ones from me. And Mr Laposta, I would like to point out in your deliberations, discussions and meetings with Queanbeyan Race Club in relation to Mr Latham's and Mr Fang's questioning, I'll point out that I was a committee member of that club and am very, very aware of what was going on and when it was going on and how it was going on. So I look forward to the responses that you're able to provide and just making that noted. Now, I'd like to ask about jobs, but there's no one here for jobs. I think we had the little discussion last time. Mr Donnelly isn't here, so he can't accuse me of a setup yet again. So I'm happy to put those ones on in through as supplementaries as well. I'll take one more quick one on Crown Lands, please, Mr Laposta. Just in relation to enclosure permits and the significant increase in fees from approximately $173 to around $700 per year. Has anything changed in terms of department's responsibility when it comes to enclosure permits?
So our Act requires the department to apply a statutory minimum rent for all tenures. The statutory minimum rent is adjusted quarterly by the Consumer Price Index, and as you just said then, slightly lower. It currently sits at $638 per annum. Crown Lands commenced phasing out concessions for enclosure permits from the 1st of July 2024 to assist permit holders transition to statutory minimum rents. Crown Lands phased out concession holders of one permit over a 2-year period, and for holders of multiple enclosure permits, concessions are being phased out over a 3-year period. So this is the tail now of that phasing out. To assist permit holders, by implementing statutory minimum rent, Crown Lands ensures that tenure holders who benefit from the use of public Crown land pay a reasonable return on behalf of the people of New South Wales. Rental income is vital as it's used to maintain the Crown Land estate, providing access to open space and recreation land for local communities, fire trails, and to keep communities safe by remediating contaminant land so it can be reused. Crown Land customers, in our opinion, still get good value with enclosure permit rents. The value of the Crown Road is significantly higher than the annual rent charge for an enclosure permit. Crown Lands engaged extensively and proactively with enclosure permit holders about the change, and detailed FAQs and correspondence were developed to inform impacted customers of the changes to their rent. Invoices were deterred to allow time for customers to understand the change, and support is available for people experiencing financial hardship, including payment plans or changes to billing frequency. For holders who have a roads purchase application linked to their enclosure permit, as in lodged prior to 1st of May 2024, Crown Lands will continue to apply concessional rates until the application is completed. Holders may apply to cancel the enclosure permit if they have fenced out the Crown Road with stock-proof fencing and removed any structures, or where the Crown Road cannot be physically accessed and cannot be fenced out due to obstacles such as swamps, marshes and cliffs.
That's all. Thank you. So will there be any review of future reviews? Is it a regular thing that you do go and consult with stakeholders how it's all going, whether you are finding that they're handing back permits, etc.?
Yeah. So
how often?
That the consultation is ongoing with stakeholders, and our team are on the phone every day.
Yeah, but it's not an official process. It's just consultation. If they call up and say we have an issue.
Please encourage them, Ms. Overall, to reach out to the team.
Okay.
The customer and strategy team do a wonderful job. They would be inquiring in thousands and thousands of different calls every year to each of those parcels. As I mentioned before, there's 500,000 parcels of Crown land in New South Wales and 35,000 different reserves. So absolutely get them to have a conversation, and also there are some concessional opportunities available to them as well.
Okay.
So as at June 2026, 2.3% of customers have applied to cancel their enclosure permit, so it's a relatively
very modest
small number. As at June 30, 463 cancellation applications have been approved, totalling 178,000. From the 1st of July to the 30th of June, 210 additional Crown Road purchase applications were received that had related enclosure permits. So please, if you can, encourage them to communicate to the team, and then if any of those issues need escalation, we'll look at them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just finally then from me, Office of Sport, so I think that would be you, Ms. Hawes, Mr. Berry. Yep. Just wanting to, talking about some of the staff changes from Office of Sport. There's been a few Office of Sport employees now working at Destination New South Wales. We've seen a bit of staff changeover, have we?
Not in a formal sense. 2 or 3 really great staff members applied for and got jobs with Destination New South Wales in the last 12 months. But no, there's not been a formal arrangement between the 2 organisations.
Right, so they've just gone and applied
all got
for
promotions.
jobs.
Yeah, all applied for.
Oh,
and got
right.
promotions.
So promotions. So
yeah.
So they weren't necessarily advertised outside or
no.
externally?
I think a number of them were. I can't speak fully for the recruitment process, but I believe they were advertised jobs and people were successful in promotions.
Right, and so promotions. So there wasn't any. There's no redundancies or anything like that. It's like it's literally them just.
Not in relation to that. No.
So redundancies otherwise.
So the organisation, in matter of public record, specifically over the last 12 months in relation to the 10 sport and recreation centres we operate around New South Wales, 9 regional, 1 in Narrabeen on the northern beaches, for a number of years, part of the school camp experience, which is one of the primary things we do at those centres, is fully catered service. And the organisation made a decision 2 years ago to move from doing that catering ourselves to getting an expert caterer to do it. And as a result of that, a number of staff, the organisation got, my recollection is 19 to 20 staff smaller, essentially catering staff. So there were redundancies through that. The committee's interested. The logic was we had had introduced a food safety program to make sure that we were serving people things they weren't allergic to, and to make sure we had upheld good food safety standards. Over a number of years, despite our best efforts, we weren't expert at that. We're a sports organisation, and there were external caterers that do hospitals and boarding schools and that type of stuff. So we went through a market process, got an external caterer to do that. We did a similar thing with our grounds maintenance. There's understandably a lot of green space at those sport and rec centres, playing surfaces, fields. We used to maintain those ourselves with a small workforce, and likewise we now have a third-party provider who provides that service for us across those 10 centres across the state.
So what sort of cost differential are we seeing in that?
It's modest difference. The difference is largely, so the maintenance service is, I believe, slightly cheaper. Mm-hmm. The catering service is also forecast to be slightly cheaper, but in the transition it was equivalent price. While the new caterer is bedded in, it should ultimately, by next year, be cheaper than when we were delivering the service ourselves. Okay. Large part of that is 2 reasons why it becomes cheaper for the catering in particular. Buying power of a large catering company. We basically had contracts with IGA or the local supermarket. They have very large buying power when they're buying millions of meals a year. And the second one is ability for us when we have no clients. We essentially turn the catering workforce off because that provider has other sites where they can send their workforce to work. So it gets a little cheaper for us. So that's some media reporting around that over the last 12 months. That's been the majority of the redundancies that our organisation has gone through.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I had some others for Destination New South Wales, Chair, but I'll, as I said, put them as sups. So that's it from me.
Thank you. Then we'll Rachel Merton.
Thank you so much. If I could touch back on the Learn to Swim program. Yeah, thank you so much. Just wondering how many individuals completed the program to the 30th of June 2026, looking at children and adults separately.
Yeah, I'll take the number, the division on notice. What I do know is over the 2 years of the program, approximately 200,000 lessons delivered. but the split of who and what I'll take on notice.
Thank you. And further, do we know when a date when the evaluation will be published of the Learn to Swim program?
I don't know the date. I know that we are beginning the evaluation process with a view to trying to put some potential investment options before government.
Thank you, thank you.
And just as a clarification, I have information here that we have records that there were more than 20,000 participants, but we'll get you the exact figure.
Sure. No, thank you so much, thanks. And look, this might not be your remit, but given we've established that the Learn to Swim program's finishing, or that there's no budget commitment before us, how do we respond to families that need assistance in the Learn to Swim?
I guess what I would say is that as the Minister said, he will be looking to advice from us on a reinvestment. There is an industry out there. There is a Learn to Swim industry, which we used to deliver the previous program. So there are options there. And I acknowledge also that there is an ability to use, for some people in the population, active kids vouchers, but I recognise that's not available to everybody.
Thank you. So there's no replacement program for Learn to Swim? At this
point in time, not yet.
Thank you so much. If I could go to the Narrabeen track in terms of the sports track.
Yes.
And I think its official name is the Sydney Academy of Sport and Recreation Athletics track.
That's correct.
Just wondering if I could get an update on the track in terms of the cost of that announced track.
Okay, cost I will grab for you. I have it here. It's been delivered on budget. I want to say 6.7 million, but I'll check my notes and confirm it for you.
There's a 6.7 million budget allocation, and the works are well underway.
Project, we expect it to be ready this summer, so not quite the start of athletic season. We were targeting September, had some significant rain on the site. That's delayed completion, but we will complete it sometime October, November, and we've kept the Northern Beaches athletics community very well versed and aware of that. They're aware of the weather delays. They're actually on site all the time. We have a temporary track that's been in place for them for the last 2.5 years, so they see progress every day when they're there on the site.
Thank you. So the practical completion date when we talk September, October 2026?
Yes, in the coming months.
Thank you. Thank you. And just if you could just refresh me, when did works commence on that?
Works commenced early this year, January.
Okay, all right. Further, yep.
Good. Fantastic. Well, thank you. That brings us to the end of today. So we get a bit of an early mark, which is great. Did anybody have anything they needed to clean up, or did the government have any questions? I should ask first. Actually,
are there anything you'd like to clean up?
We'd like to clean up.
Apologies, the government's not allowed to ask questions until 5:15. But if anybody would like, but if anyone would still like to put something.
Mr. Laposta has a few answers he'd like to go through.
I think there's one remaining outstanding answer I'd just like to clean up, if that's okay. Ms Fishburn helped this morning with the Minister around the Bathurst Race Club and the timeframes for the grant to be completed. Due to wet weather and also some challenges around materials and so forth, we understood that grant, the Bathurst Racing Club grant, would be completed by October 2026. We're still hopeful it'll be completed by October, but it's more likely to be completed later in the year or at the start of next year. But given the interest in it, we will be managing that very closely, and we have a designated resource within our team that's in regular dialogue every couple of weeks with the Bathurst Racing Club about their project.
Thank you. Is there anything anybody else wanted to?
I just wanted to, as I always like to, Chair, thank the committee for their courtesy to my staff and my colleagues. Thank you for your questions. It is always good to have our work interrogated and also to be able to talk to you about some of the things we're very proud of having done. Thank you. And thank you to my staff who worked so hard.
Thank you. And thank you all for your time today. The Secretary will be in contact in regards to any questions on notice or any supplementary questions. Thank you again for your time and your answers and information today. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks,
Committee.
Thanks.